class in the bleachers. You believe all those teachers giving up on their research, trying to tap in your reserves, giving up your hard-earned, not drifting out, both feet out, not 1 foot in. You hurt from within, without him.
Got it on lock, Benz along can, got it on lock. Oh lies, I drop that. New path, I walk that. Test hit, I clock that. Target on truth, I got that. Oh my, oh. Rock in the line, I shop a read, understood the assignment. They fooling me, got it all locked. No, it's a long hand, got it all locked. Every moment clearer, refining my ruach. Do that to my Abba, Yahusha HaMashiach. Got it all locked. Wow, it's a long hand, got it all locked. I was on rinse, spin, same sin again and again. Thin skin, same script, same end. Hard-headed, same loop, fake wins. Oh my, oh. Oh my, oh. Oh my, oh. Oh, oh my, oh.
Can you feel that? Ah, snap. Oh, 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 drowning deep in my sea of loathing, broken your servant I knew. Now I come unto me. It seems what's left of my Adam kind is coming back now to me. Now I come unto me. Looking at my own reflection, no more imagination, cast down imagination. Oh, no, there is no turning back now. Yahuwah activated his ruach in me. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Open up my heart and let your flow into me. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. My baby. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Ruach is the gift that has been given to me. My brother, he can see inside you, sees the sickness rising. Don't hide, don't try to deny what you feel. Now I come unto him. It seems that's in him you must confide, and thereby saving your soul. Now I come unto him. It seems you're having some trouble in dealing with these changes, living with these changes. No, the world is in a scary place. Now that Yahuwah has woken up the ruach in you. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Open up my heart and let Yah flow into me. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Ruach is the gift that has been given to me. Oh, I receive. Oh, I receive. Oh, I receive. Oh, I receive. I won't do it again, I won't do it again. I'll be a good son, I'll be a true son, I promise. Please, I beg. Don't smite me, Why did I have to do you like that? I won't do it, I won't hurt you again. Why was I ever against you, Yahweh? Why didn't you just leave me to die? Oh, wretched man that I am, Abba. Who shall deliver me from this fate? Abba, I'll never again stick my hand in your face. I don't need that old life, I'm done. I was stupid, sadistic, abusive, messed up. I repent, Yahusha HaMashiach, Shubo. Why did it degrees ready to fly? Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Open up my heart and let Jah flow into me. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Forever. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Get down, go on, come on, give up all your sickness. Ruach has now come over me.
Our souls as we humble our pride, seeking our souls as we humble our pride, seeking His face with nowhere to hide. Hallelujah for your set apart days. In your truth, we give you praise. It's a sign between Yahuwah.
For your Sharon to final return home.
Hallelujah for your set apart days. In your truth, we give you praise. It's a sign between Yahuwah and the ones who obey. The Shabbat and the feast are the light and the way. Hallelujah for your set apart days. In your truth, we give you praise. It's a sign between Yahuwah and the ones who obey. The Shabbat and the feast are the light and the way.
Yes, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Mishpachah. Slakia for being late. I had to wait for my laptop to reset. I had an update, and I was waiting and waiting and waiting. So I apologize, and I just wanted to share that with you all. But let us get into our mindset of what we're supposed to be doing today. Today is the Shabbat. For those of you who are able to stand, let us stand as we get ready to palal, facing towards Yahushalom. For those of you here in the United States of America, northeast would be our direction. Abba Yahuwah, we come before you on this Shabbat, giving you all praise, honor, and esteem, O Abba. You are worthy of all the praise, O Abba Yahuwah. May all the Malakim and all that's in the Shamaim give you praise, honor, and esteem. For truly you are the Almighty. You are the Al Shaddai. You are the first and the last, the beginning and the end. You are the Aleph and the Ta, O Abba. Without you, nothing would exist. Without you, O Abba, nothing would even come into this fruition of Abba, where you and you alone are sitting on the throne. You alone, O Abba, are the one that carries your people into the promised land. It is you that is coming once again for the second coming. It is you, O Abba, that is revealing yourself to all your creation. Abba, we ask that you would humble us, that you would allow our hearts to be ready and prepared to hear your word, O Abba, on this Shabbat, your day, a day that you told us to esteem and to not do our own deeds, not to think our own thoughts, not to say our own words, but to only think upon you, O Abba, to meditate on you along with the Mishpachah. And so, Abba, we come before you with humble hearts, with contrite spirits, O Abba, and we ask you, O Yah, to be in our midst. Do not deal with us according to our transgressions, O Abba, but deal with us according to your loving commitment, your loving kindness, and for your name's sake alone, O Abba. May you send those that need to hear your word in here today. May it be their hearts, O Abba, to turn, to repent, to tashuv, and go back to the ancient path that you have called us unto, O Abba. All these things we bring before you, as we ask that your Ruach HaKadosh leads us and guide us into your truth. We ask all this in the mighty name of your Bain, Yahusha HaMashiach. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and hallelujah, Amat. Rumamu Yahuwah. Amat.
Yes.
Okay, Mishpachah, again, Salakia for running late. And I know that we are so used to coming on at the appointed time that we do. And so again, Salakia. So we are going to do as we normally do, and that is that we are going to read out of the Tanakh and out of the Brit HaKadash. Some people pronounce it Brit Hadashah. That is the renewed writings, also known as the New Testament. But we're going to start off in the Torah. I'm going to be reading out of the Hallelujah Scriptures. And we are going to start at Shemot, also known as Exodus. You may know this as the 10 words, the 10 Dabarim, or also known as the 10 Commandments. Exodus chapter 20. Oh, and before I get going, I'm going to go ahead and shut off the comments because it is Shabbat. I will turn it back on at the end of the study. And again, I want to thank all of our first timers that are here. You are welcomed in here. We ask that you would come in with open ears and open minds to hear the word of your Creator, your Messiah, our Messiah. And so I'm going to go ahead and shut it down now. And we'll open it back up for comments and questions at the end. So there's nothing wrong with your phone saying, well, how come I can't send out any comments? It's because it's turned off. Okay. All right. Shemot, also known as Exodus, chapter 20, verse 1. And it reads, And Alua Elohim spoke all these words, saying, I am Yahuwah. That is in the Paleo Hebrew, the original writings. That's how you would spell our Creator's name from right to left. Yad-ha-uaha, Yahuwah. I am Yahuwah, your Alua Elohim, your mighty one, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You have no other mighty ones against my face. You do not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of that in the Shamaim that is in the heavens above, or that is on the Arats on the earth beneath, or that is in the Maim or the waters under the Arats or the earth. You do not bow down to them nor serve them, for I, Yahuwah, your Alua Elohim, your mighty of mighty ones, am a jealous mighty, visiting the wickedness of the fathers on the children to the third and fourth generations to those who hate me, but showing kindness to thousands to those who love me and guard my commands or keep my commandments. You do not bring the name of Yahuwah, your Alua Elohim, to nothing. For Yahuwah does not leave the one unpunished who brings his name to nothing. Remember the Shabbat day, to Kadash it. 6 days, that is to separate it, to set it apart. 6 days you labor and shall do all your work. But the seventh day is a Shabbat of Yahuwah, your Alua Elohim, your mighty of mighty ones. You do not do work, any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your male servant, nor your female servant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger who is within your gates. For in 6 days Yahuwah made the Shamaim, the heavens, and the Arats, the earth, and the Maim, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested the seventh day. Therefore Yahuwah baraked the Shabbat day, and Kadash it, set it apart. Respect your father and your mother, so that your days are prolonged upon the land that Yahuwah, your Alua Elohim, is giving you. You do not murder. You do not murder, excuse me. You do not commit adultery. You do not steal. You do not bear false witness against your neighbor. You do not covet your neighbor's house. You do not covet your neighbor's wife or husband, nor his male servant, nor his female servant, nor his ox, nor his donkey, or whatever belongs to your neighbor. And all the people saw the thunders, the lightning flashes, the sound of the ram's horn, and the mountain smoking. And the people saw it, and they trembled and stood at a distance, and said to Moses, you speak with us, and we hear, but let not Alua Elohim speak with us, lest we die. And Moshe said to the people, do not fear, for Alua Elohim has come to prove you, that is to test you, to try you, in order that his reverence be before you, that his fear be before you, so that you do not transgress, you do not sin, you do not break the commandments. So the people stood at a distance, but Moshe drew near the dense cloud where Alua Elohim was. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, say this to the children of Yasharal. You yourselves have seen that I have spoken to you from the Shamaim, from the heavens. You do not make besides me mighty ones of silver, and you do not make mighty ones of gold for yourselves. Make an altar of the Arats for me, and you shall slaughter on it your burnt offerings and your Shalum offerings, your sheep and your cattle. In every place where I cause my name to be remembered, I shall come to you and barak you or bless you. And if you make me an altar of stone, do not build it of cut stone. For if you use your chisel on it, you have profaned it, you have defiled it. Nor do you go up by steps to my altar, lest your nakedness be exposed on it, which is at the end there. So that is Shemot, or known as Exodus, chapter 20, where the 10 Commandments are located. Now let's go to the Nabaim, also known as the prophets. And we're going to go to Yashayahu, Isaiah. And we're going to read chapter 45. Isaiah chapter 45, verse 1. Thus said Yahuwah to his anointed, to his Messiah, to Karash, whose right hand I have grasped, to subdue the nations, the Gentiles before him, and ungird the loins of the sovereigns, the kings, to open before him the double doors so that the gates are not shut. I go before you and make the crooked places straight. I shatter the gates of bronze and cut down the bars of iron, and I shall give you the treasures of the darkness and hoarded wealth of secret places, so that you know that I, Yahuwah, who is calling you by your name, am the Alua Elohim, the mighty of mighty ones of Yasharal. For the sake of Yaqub, of Jacob, my servant, and of Yasharal, my chosen, Israel, I also call you by your name. I give you a title, though you have not known me. I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. There are no mighty ones besides me. There are no mighty ones besides me. I gird you, though you have not known me, so that they know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none but me. I am Yahuwah, and there is none else, forming light and creating darkness, making shalom and creating evil. Yes, creating evil. I, Yahuwah, do all these. Rain down, O Shamayim, O heavens, from above, and let clouds pour down righteousness. Let the Arats, the earth, open. Let them bring forth deliverance, that is salvation. And let righteousness spring up together. I, Yahuwah, have created it. Woe to him who strives with his maker. Let me read that again. Woe to him or her who strives with their maker. A potsherd with the potsherds of the Arats of the earth. Does clay say to him who forms it, what are you making? Or your handiwork say, he has no hands? Woe to him who says to his father, what are you bringing forth? Or to the woman, what are you laboring over? Thus said Yahuwah, the Kadash one, the set apart one of Yasharal, and his maker. Do you ask me about my sons, what is to come? And about the work of my hands, do you command me? I have made the Arats, I have made the earth, and created Adam on it. My hands have stretched out the Shamayim, stretched out the heavens, and all their host I have commanded. I have stirred him up in righteousness, and all his ways I make straight. He builds my city and lets my exiles go. Not for price nor reward, declares Yahuwah of hosts. Thus said Yahuwah, the labor of Mitzrayim of Egypt, and merchandise of Cush, that is Ethiopia, and of the Shibites, men of size, come over to you, and they are yours. They walk behind you. They come over in chains, and they bow down to you. They make supplication to you, saying, indeed, the mighty one is in you, and there is none else, no mighty one. Truly, you are the mighty, who hides yourself, O Alua Elohim, the mighty of mighty ones of Yasharal, Savior, Savior. They shall put to shame and even be humiliated, all of them. The makers of these idols shall go away together in humiliation. Yasharal shall be saved by Yahuwah. Yasharal shall be saved by Yahuwah with an everlasting salvation, deliverance. You are not to be ashamed nor hurt forever and ever. For thus said Yahuwah, creator of the Shamayim, the heavens, he is the mighty one, former of the earth, and its maker, he established it. He did not create it to be empty. He did not create the earth to be empty. He formed it to be inhabited. I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. I have not spoken in secret, in a dark place on the Arats, or the earth. I have not said, or have I have not said, to the seed of Jacob, to Jacob, seek me in vain. I am Yahuwah, speaking righteousness, declaring matters that are straight. Gather yourselves and come. Draw near together, you who have escaped from the Gentiles, you who have escaped from the Gentiles, from the nations, from the heathens, from the pagans. No knowledge have they who are lifted up the wood or lifting up the wood of their carved image and pray to a mighty one that does not save. Declare and bring near. Let them even take counsel together. Who has announced this from of old? Who has declared it from that time? Is it not I, Yahuwah? And there is no mighty one besides me. He's saying that there is no other deity except him. A righteous owl, a righteous mighty, and a savior. There is none besides me. Trinitarians, you have a problem with this. He's saying that there's none besides him. It's him and only him. He is the savior. How does that make sense? Because the Father is the Son. Turn to me and be saved, all you ends of the earth, for I am the mighty, and there is none else. I have sworn by myself. A word has gone out of my mouth in righteousness and shall not return, so that to me every knee shall bow, every tongue swear, or that is to say, confess. One shall say, only in Yahuwah do I have righteousness and strength. And he comes to him, to Yahuwah. And all those displeased with him shall be put to shame. Exactly, because they're going to be thrown into the lake of fire. In Yahuwah, all the seed of Yasharal shall be declared right and boast. Let me read that again. In Yahuwah, all the seed of the Christians. Oh, it didn't say that, did it? It said all the seed of Yasharal shall be declared right and boast. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Now let's go to the Brit HaKadash, also known as the New Testament. Matityahu, Matthew. And we're going to read chapter 7. The powerful chapter 7. Matthew 7, verse 1. Do not judge, lest you be judged. For with what judgment you judge, you shall be judged. And with the same measure you use, it shall be measured to you. Why do you look at the splinter in your brother's eye, but do not notice the plank in your own eye? Or how is it that you say to your brother, let me remove the splinter out of your eye, and see, a plank is in your own eye? Hypocrite. First remove the plank from your own eye, and then you shall see clearly to remove the splinter out of your brother's eye. First, self-examinate. Examine yourself first, and then you'll be able to clearly make a clear distinction with your brother. Do not give what is Kadash, that is set apart, to the dogs, that is to the non-believer. Nor throw your pearls, what is precious to you, before the pigs, lest they trample them under their feet and turn and tear you in pieces. Ask, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened to you. For everyone who asks receives, and he who seeks finds, and to him who knocks it shall be opened. Or is there a man among you who, if he has a son, asks for bread, shall give him a stone? Or if he asks for a fish, shall give him a snake? If then you, being wicked, know how to give righteous gifts to your children, how much more shall your Father, shall Abba, who is in the Shamaim, in the heaven, give you what is right to those who ask him? Therefore, whatever you want men to do to you, do also to them. For this is the Torah, the law, and the Nabaim, the prophets. The law and the prophets. Enter in through the narrow gate, because the gate is wide and the way is broad that leads to destruction, and there are many, many who enter in through it. Because the gate is narrow and the way is hard pressed that leads to Kai, that is to life, and there are few who find it. Few, the many and the few. Many are called, few are chosen. But beware of the false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing. Yes, they come to you speaking as if they know what they're talking about. But inwardly, they are savage wolves. By their fruits, plural, you shall know them. How would you know them? By their fruits. You must judge them. Judge it righteously. Are grapes gathered from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? So every righteous tree yields righteous fruit, but every rotten tree yields wicked fruit. A righteous tree is unable to yield wicked fruit, and a rotten tree to yield righteous fruit. Every tree that does not bear righteous fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire, that is, the lake of fire. Listen to what the Messiah is saying. He says, every tree, symbolically speaking, you and I, metaphorically speaking, we are trees. Every tree that does not bear righteous fruit, every person who does not bear the fruits of the Spirit, they shall be cut down and they shall be thrown into the lake of fire. So then, by their fruits, you shall know them. Not everyone who says to me, Adoni, Adoni, that is to say, Master, Master, shall enter into the reign or the kingdom of the Shamaim of the heavens. But he or she who is doing the desire, the will of my Father in the Shamaim, in the heavens. You see, there's work that needs to be done. You're just not walking around stagnant and claiming to be saved. You have work to prove. You have fruits to show. Many shall say to me in that day, on judgment day, but Adoni, Adoni, Master, Master, have we not Nabu, that is to prophesy in your name, and cast out demons in your name, and done many mighty works in your name? And then I shall declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who work Torahlessness. That is to say, they are without law. They don't practice the law. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. You who work lawlessness. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine, says the Messiah, and does them, again, works that need to be done, shall be like a wise person who built their house on the rock. And the rain came down, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat on that house, beat on that person, but it did not fall. They prevailed. They overcame. Why? For it was founded on the rock. And everyone who hears these words of mine and does not do them, notice the word here, not do them, shall be likened to a foolish person who built their house on the sand. That's the majority of us. And the rain came down, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that person, that house, and it fell. And great was its fall, meaning that they went to the lake of fire. They were cast into the lake. And it came to be when Yahusha, the Messiah's name, Yahusha, had ended these words that the people were astonished at his teaching. For he was teaching to them as one possessing authority and not as the scribes. Hallelujah. Not as the scribes. So today we continue on with our study in the book of Hazon, also known as Revelation. We're going to do a little quick recap for those who weren't here. About to get into the third sequence again to finish that off and go into the fourth sequence. So again, as a recap, what is a sequence? A sequence is a chain of events that are placed in order, one after the other, as a series of an event. In the book of Revelation, we find that there are 8 sequences in the book of Revelation. We've went over 2 of them already. One is what we know or has been termed the assembly age. The extions call it the church age. That sequence, the assembly age, has to do with 7 types of believers, 7 types of heart conditions, 7 types of individuals. And the Messiah was talking to them, except for 2 types of believers, that they needed to repent. They needed to go back and look at the word. They had to go back and turn back to the ancient path. The only 2 who didn't have to was the assembly of the heart condition of Smyrna and the assembly and the heart condition of Philadelphia. Smyrna, these are the ones that are going to give their life for this cause, for the truth, as it says in Revelation chapter 2. They shall be beheaded after being tortured for up to 10 days. The assembly of Philadelphia, or the Philadelphia heart condition, these have been promised to be kept out of that time of trial that shall come upon the whole earth. These are the only ones who shall escape these things that are going to come upon this earth. You may know them as the 144,000. They are the ones who shall escape these things. Now, right at the end of that, we saw that John, the Revelator, the one who gave us the book of Hazon, Revelation, he says that he saw him who spoke with him about these 7 assemblies, these 7 heart conditions. And he told us that immediately he was taken up into the spirit. He was teleported, if you will, up into the heavens, up into the Shamayim. He was taken into the future. He was told by the Messiah to write down what he has experienced already from the moment that he appeared to him on the island of Patmos to that very present moment that he was taken into the spirit, into the Ruach, into the Shamayim, and what is to come in the future. And that's what the book of Revelation is about. It expounds on what is going to happen, where every single person who's ever existed is going to see the unveiling, the revealing of the Father, the Creator, in the Son, Yahusha. That's what the book of Revelation is all about at the very end. We are going to see the Father revealed in the Son. And the Son shall live and reign with his people from New Jerusalem forever and a day. Now, to digress to where John was teleported, he was taken up into the throne room. In that first sequence called the assembly age, we too would be symbolically represented by John as those who were taken up into the heavens at the end of the church age. And we see this great throne. And it says, John says, one sat on the throne in Revelation chapter 4. And then we were told that the one who sat on the throne had a scroll in his right hand. And on that scroll, there were 7 seals. Yohanan, he told us that he heard a voice that yelled, who is worthy to take the scroll of him who sits on the throne? John looks around. He realizes no one seems to be worthy, and he starts crying. And John says one of these elders that was near him said to him, pretty much, don't weep, for the Lion from the tribe of Yehuda, from Judah, he has been found worthy. He is worthy to take the scroll out of him who sits on the throne from his right hand. And then we're told that John looked, and what he saw was not a lion. What he saw was a seven-horned, seven-eyed lamb that was slain before the foundation of the world. He knew who this was. He symbolically saw our Messiah as a seven-horned, seven-eyed lamb. And he said that he saw this seven-horned, seven-eyed lamb approach the one who was sitting on the throne and took the scroll from him who sat on the throne. And then we're told that at that point when he did that, the 24 elders and the 4 living beings that was before the throne started barakah, the one sitting on the throne and the lamb. They worshiped him. And along with this worship was given the prayers of you and me, of the Kadashim, the Talmudim. It was put on the altar of incense. And we're told that the smoke of the altar of the incense rose before the throne of Yahuwah. And then we see that he says that there was lightning and thunderings and noises all around. This brings us to the end of the first sequence. And then the second sequence begins, where John is taken back to the first trumpet, the first seal. The breaking of the first seal, this is the second sequence. And so the first seal breaks. We talked about that being COVID-19. How do we know that that was COVID-19? Because if you look into the words there in chapter 6, verses 1 and 2, it says that there was a white horse, and he who sat on the horse, he was given a bow and he had a crown on his head. The word crown in Latin is corona. And the word bow there, as it was translated, comes from the Greek word toxon. Toxon is what we transliterate in the English as toxin. Toxin is a poisonous substance, an organic substance. And that's exactly what we were dealing with starting at the end of 2019, that infect the whole entire earth. This was mentioned as the first seal. And just like Yahuwah and his word not lying, the second seal was broken. We're bearing witness of it right now. The second seal is the red horse. And it says that the red horse went out. And the red horse, when he went out, he went and took peace from the earth, conquering the conquer with a great sword. This is a great war that people should unalive one another. This is what we're seeing now. We're right now just seeing the beginnings of this world war. People term it in this modern time World War III. We're not quite there yet, but it's gradually growing. And all these countries are going to have to participate, choose sides. Which side are they going to be on? This is the second seal, the red horse. And then what follows this second seal, the red horse, is the black horse, the famine horse. It is the outcome of a world conflict. Food distribution shall be altered. Your living conditions will be altered. There probably won't be any internet for a while. There probably won't be any foods to go and get over at your local grocery store, because we have been taught to be in need of someone else, like a farmer, or by the government to feed us and supply us of our needs. So we are all helpless, most of us, because we don't know how to grow our own food. So hence this famine. And then what follows this famine? The fourth horse, the pale horse. Some people call it the green horse. And it says that a quarter of the earth's population is going to be taken out because of the previous seals that preceded it. The first seal, pestilence. The second seal, war. The third seal, famine. All three of those together combine to make the fourth seal, the pale horse, the green horse. And from these, it says that a quarter of the earth's population shall be unalived. Now, from the fifth seal, we see that we're deep into what we know as the Great Tribulation. Why? Because the fifth seal, it says that when the fifth seal was broken, that there were souls that John said he saw under the altar before the throne, and they were palaling, they were praying, asking Abba Yahuwah, how long, worthy and true? How long is it going to be before you avenge our blood on those who dwell upon the earth? And it says that Yahuwah told those, which seems to be probably the Malachim, the angels, to tell those who are the souls under the altar to rest a little while longer. And they were covered with white raiments, meaning that they were found righteous. They were blood bought by the Messiah, and they were told to wait a little while longer until your brethren, your brothers and sisters who were to be unalived as you were unalived during the tribulation time would also be completed. So we know that there's a number that Abba Yahuwah has in his mind of how many people are to suffer death at the hands of the beast system before he acts upon our blood and avenge our death. So we know the fifth seal, we are in the Great Tribulation. And then we read about the sixth seal. The sixth seal had to do with men and women, mighty men, commanders, leaders of the earth, kings, all of them, free and slave, it says. They hid themselves in the caves and in their bunkers from him who sits on the throne and Lamb, telling the mountains to fall on them, hide them from the wrath of Yahuwah, for his day has come. The day of Yahuwah has come, the second coming. And so they went to hide themselves. And so we got to that point, and then we went into where it talks about in the seventh chapter of Revelation about the 144,000 being sealed. So we noticed the second sequence had to do with seals. We talked about the first seal, the second seal, the third seal, the fourth seal, the fifth seal, the sixth seal. And then in chapter 7, we're talking about 144,000 that were sealed from the 12 tribes of Yasharal, not the 12 tribes of Christianity, not the 12 tribes of Islam, the 12 tribes of Yasharal of Israel, 12,000 from each tribe. And it says that these angels, these apocalyptic angels, were not able to cause any harm upon the earth until these 144,000 were sealed. The 144,000 is the mindset, the heart posture, the heart condition of the Assembly of Philadelphia, Revelation chapter 3. These are the ones that have been promised to be kept from the hour of trial. And so as we read that, the next thing we see is that Yohanan says that there was a great multitude standing before the throne. Right after what he saw was the 144,000 being sealed. But then he says he sees this group of number of people that no one could number. It's not the 144,000. This is a whole nother group that he said that was before the throne in the Shamaim in the heaven. And the elder had asked John, who are these people and where did they come from? And John said, I don't know, you know. He says, these were the ones who came out of the Great Tribulation. This lets us know that we are nearing the end of the second sequence. And it says that they all had white robes and they were all praising and singing and worshiping the one sitting on the throne and the Lamb. They worshiped him. And it says that no more hunger, shall be upon them. No more sicknesses, no more war, no more heat from the sun. They have entered into the Messiah's rest. They've made it. And he says that he's going to wipe away every single tear from their eyes. He shall comfort us. And then from there, we go into the 8th chapter of the book of Revelation. And we see again, once the 8th or the 7th seal was opened, it says that there was silence for a half an hour in the heavens. Yahuwah was so angry because now his wrath has come. But notice his children, the Talmudim, the Kadashim. Once again, as we come to the end of this second sequence, we are not here for his wrath. Many have mistaken the great tribulation as the wrath of Yahuwah. It is not his wrath. It is the wrath of Satan. It is the time of testing. Yahuwah uses our enemy against us to purify us, to cleanse us, to make us clean. But when Yahuwah does his wrath, he exterminates the people who did not follow his commandments, who took the mark of the beast. He is going to annihilate them. And so this is what we're seeing here at the end of the second sequence of the seals. And this is why we read in chapter 8 that there was silence in heaven for about a half an hour. Because if you recall, remember, there are 4 angels that are hovering before his throne that without ceasing, they continue to praise and say, Kadash, Kadash, Kadash is Al Shaddai, the Almighty. But here they are silenced because of the anger of the wrath of Yahuwah is about to commence upon the inhabitants of the earth. And then we hear again, as we come to the end of the second sequence, about this noises and thunderings and lightnings and earthquakes. And then we started reading last week about the third sequence, what we call the trumpet judgments. There are 7 trumpets. And we started reading about how the first trumpet, a third of the trees and the grass was burnt up. And then we read about the second trumpet, where a third of the sea creatures and a third of the ships in the sea, they have been destroyed by something that looked like a great mountain, as John says, fell into the sea. And it destroyed a third of the sea life and a third of the ships, and a third of the ocean or the sea turned to blood. And then we read about the third trumpet, where it talks about how there is this star called wormwood. And it said that a third of the rivers and a third of the fountains, the fresh waters, the spring waters, and most likely even a third of the lakes would be contaminated by this star called wormwood, radiation, fallout. And anyone who drank of this water would die because of the contamination of the water. And then we read about the fourth trumpet that followed after that. And it talked about how a third of the luminaries did not shine as bright. Notice that it's the fourth trumpet. Remember, the luminaries were created on the 4th day of creation. And here it is, the fourth trumpet, signifying that these luminaries will be diminished by a third. And so then we read about the 5th trumpet in chapter 9, about the locust army, as a lot of people like to call it these days. But we found out who these locusts were. It says that this star that had fallen from heaven was given the key to the bottomless pit. And we know that the star's name is Abaddon in the Hebrew and Apollyon in the Greek. He was their king. He was their leader over these, what looked to be locusts to John. And just like all the other trumpets that preceded the 5th trumpet, we're not told that it's a third. But if you understand what we're talking about here, what is being told to us, you know that it is the third of the stars that fell from heaven, that we read about in Revelation chapter 12 about the dragon, this red dragon. He drew a third of the stars with his tail to the earth. This is who we're talking about in the fifth seal. These are the fallen ones, the fallen angels. They are now earthbound at this fifth trumpet. We are in the great tribulation when the fifth trumpet is blown. Because if you recall, it said that the angel said that there were 3 woes still to come. 3 woes. And woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea. Because why? Satan is coming down to you, and his messengers have come down with him. For he's bringing great wrath. That is the great tribulation. So when the fifth trumpet blows, it commences the great tribulation, because Satan has now been earthbound. And not only himself, but he's been given the keys to the bottomless pit to release his companions also upon the earth, which is the third of the angels from the heavens. And so we're told they look like what appears to be hair like women. They have long hair. And it says that, John says that he saw what looks like golden crowns upon their heads. And he talks about how they had teeth that looked like teeth of lions. And he talked about how they were set up in battle array, like when horses are ready to go out to battle. And he says that their wings sound like many horses, like chariots that are going out to battle. And many of us, we thought maybe this could be an Apache helicopter from the U.S. military, right? But then we find out, how can it be when it says that these locusts that John saw had the power, the ability, the authority to sting a man as when a scorpion stings a man, and that he would be tortured up to 5 months. And those who have been tortured, who have been stung by this type of tail that these locusts have, that stings a man like a scorpion stings them, that they are going to seek to want to die, and they can't die. It says that death flees from them. And we use the word of our own Messiah in Luke chapter 10, I believe it was verse 17, where the Messiah says to his 70 disciples that he had sent out, when they came back to him and said, Master, even the demons are susceptible to us in your name. And remember what the Messiah says. He says, do not marvel at this, that even the serpents and the scorpions are subjected to you, but marvel or be happy that your names are written in the book of life, in the Shamayim. And so we see that these locusts are fallen ones, and they're going to possess people so that they become possessed, and they are in the host of humans. And this is why they can't die. It's possession. And so then we go on from there, and it talks about how a third, this is the sixth messenger, this is the sixth trumpet. And it says that when the sixth trumpet is sounded, here we go again with the third. A third of mankind, Adam's kind, are destroyed by this 200 million man army that comes to battle with other militaries to fight against the beast system, the beast military, where a third of mankind is destroyed. So not only do we have a quarter of the earth's population being destroyed in the fourth seal, but now here in the sixth seal, we're reading that a third of mankind, what is left over after the quarter had already been taken out, now a third of what is left has now been taken out. So altogether, 50% of the earth's population at this point has been obliterated. This is why the Messiah says that this is going to be a time like no other time, no, nor ever shall be upon the earth. And then we come to the end of the third sequence, the seventh trumpet. And we read about the seventh, or did we? I don't think we did. That's where we're getting ready to go. So we read about the sixth trumpet, and so we're catching up here to where we're getting ready to read in the 10th chapter of Revelation, and this is where we pick up from last week. So for those of you who are watching, hopefully you have pen and paper in hand. If not, no worries. This is going to be uploaded automatically to this channel, and you can go back, catch up on parts 1 and part 2, and this is part 3. And again, we're finishing up on the third sequence. So the first sequence is the assembly age. The second sequence is the 7 seals. The third sequence is the 7 trumpets. And we're getting ready to read about the 7th trumpet. But before we do that, we're going to read chapter 10 of Revelation. Let me blow this up so you guys can follow along with me. Chapter 10 from Hazon, also known as the Book of Revelation. And it reads, "And I saw another messenger, another angel, coming down from the heaven, robed in a cloud, and a rainbow on his head. And his face was like the sun, and his feet like columns of fire, and having in his hand a little scroll, a little book. It was opened. And he placed his right foot on the sea and his left foot on the land. And he cried with a loud voice as when a lion roars. And when he cried out, 7 thunders spoke their sound, told." And then verse 4 says, And when the 7 thunders spoke their sound, I, Yohanan, John, was about to write. But I heard a voice in the Shama, or from the Shama in the heaven, saying to him, Seal up what the 7 thunders spoke and do not write them. So out of everything that he was told to write and write down what he sees, this was the one thing he was forbidden to tell us. This is the only thing that he was not allowed to tell the reader what he heard that was spoken by this mighty messenger, this mighty angel. Verse 5. And the messenger whom I saw standing on the sea and on the land lifted up his right hand. Notice that it's bold letters here, excuse me, meaning that this is being quoted from somewhere else in the Old Testament, also known as the Tanakh. It says here, and he lifted up his right hand to heaven. We see this in Genesis chapter 14, verse 22, and Deuteronomy, Dabarim, chapter 32, verse 40. And he swore by him who lives forever and ever, Daniel chapter 12, verse 7, who created the Shama, the heaven, and what is in it, and the Arats, the earth, and what is in it, and the sea, and what is in it, Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 6, that there shall be no further delay. And in the days of the sounding of the 7th messenger, yours will say the 7th angel, meaning the 7th trumpet, when the 7th trumpet is about to sound, it says, when he is about to sound, the secret, yours would say the mystery of Alua Elohim, the mighty of mighty ones, shall also be ended, as he declared to his servants, the Nabaim, that is the prophets, the Old Testament. So when the 7th trumpet is about to sound, it didn't say when it sounds, it says is about to sound. When he is about to sound, the secret of Alua Elohim shall also be ended. Meaning that the things that was a secret, a mystery to us, that we didn't understand, it shall all make sense right before, not when the 7th trumpet sounds, before the 7th trumpet sounds. We're going to see and understand what has been written of him in all the books. How does that happen? The only way that I can think of that happening is the Ruach gives us revelation right before the sounding of the 7th trumpet. This is right before what we know as the resurrection of the dead. Before the resurrection of the dead, something is supposed to transpire, but we're not told what it is, because remember, seal up what the 7 thunders spoke and do not write them. This part is a mystery. This secret, whatever was said by this mighty messenger at the beginning of chapter 10, we are not told what he says. But whatever it is that he says is going to culminate to where we're all going to understand the secret of Alua Elohim shall be exposed. It shall be revealed to the masses as he declared to his prophets. And so it goes on and says here in verse 8, and the voice that I heard out of the heaven spoke to me again and said, go take the little book that is open in the hand of the messenger standing on the sea and on the earth. And I went to the messenger, I went to that angel and said to him, give me of that little scroll, that little book. And he said to me, take and eat it. Eat it, John. And it shall make your stomach bitter, but it shall be as sweet as honey in your mouth. And so he says, and I took the little scroll out of the messenger's hand and I ate it. And it was sweet as honey in my mouth. Again, symbolic language, metaphorical speech. And when I had eaten it, my stomach was made bitter. And he said to me, to John, you have to prophesy again concerning many peoples and nations, ethnic groups, and languages, tongues, and sovereigns, leaders. Yohanan would have to do this. So there's a few questions that we need to ask. Who is this mighty messenger that placed his left foot on the land and his right foot on the sea? We're told that he looks with this imagery that John says he saw. He was robed with clouds. Think about that for a second. His clothing looked like puffy clouds. His clothes looked like puffy clouds was on him. And it says that this rainbow was over his head. So he had this shine, this glow about his head. And it says that his face was like the sun. It was so bright that his face looked like the sun. And his feet like columns, like two long columns of fire. And then imagine each one of those feet, one in the water and the other one on the land. And it says that when he cried out, he spoke, it was like thunder, like thunder. And it said that he lifted up his right hand to the Shamayim, and he swore to him who lives forever and ever, who created the heavens and the earth, and that was in it, and the sea, and what was in it, that there shall not be no more delay. Like things are going to speed up. When does this happen? We're not told when this happens in the sequence. But if I had to guess, it would have to be during the Great Tribulation. If I had to guess, it would be during the Great Tribulation. This book, this scroll that was taken from the hand of this mighty messenger, follow me for a second. I believe this mighty messenger is the lion from the tribe of Yehuda. And Yohanan John sees a lamb standing before the throne who has been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes. This lion from the tribe of Judah, that is the lamb that was slain before the foundation of the world, is he who has this little scroll in his hand. Remember, he's the one who took the scroll out of him who sits on the throne. He has been changed to this mighty angel who is clothed with the clouds and his face shined like the sun. And he had a rainbow around his head, and his legs were like pillars of fire, and he had a voice of thunder. And he swore by him who lives forever and ever. I believe this mighty angel is the Messiah, who was the lamb that was slain, the 7-eyed, 7-horned lamb. This is him. And so this is that scroll John takes from the lamb who is now this mighty messenger. And he was told to eat that scroll, just like Ezekiel in his letter, in his book, was told to eat it. And the same thing happened to Ezekiel, happened to John. What is this metaphorical speech that we're reading about here? When he put the scroll in his mouth, it was sweet in his mouth. It was the great news. It was the Basora. But when he understood what we would have to go through, it was bitter in his stomach. He consumed the words. He consumed the scroll. He meditated on that food, that scroll. And this is what the book of Revelation is talking about. The things that are going to come upon this earth, that there is going to be fear that's going to come upon a lot of people on this earth because they don't know what you and I are reading and what he wants us to know. And who he said, Baruch are they that read the book, this book, the book of Revelation. Baruch are they that read this book. And so this brings us to chapter 11. Chapter 11 is a highly contested chapter in the book of Revelation. Why? Because what we're getting ready to read about the two witnesses. Let us read. Revelation chapter 11. We're still in the third sequence, by the way. Revelation chapter 11. And a reed like a measuring rod was given to me, to John, to Johanan. And the messenger, that is the angel that stood next to him, said, Rise and measure the dwelling place, the temple of Elohim, and the slaughter place, and those worshiping in it. But cast out the court that is outside the dwelling place, and do not measure it, for it has been given to the Gentiles, the nations, and they shall trample on the set apart city underfoot for 42 months, or for 3.5 years, 1,260 days. And I shall give unto my two witnesses, let me back this out a little bit. And I shall give to my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, or 42 months, or time times half a time, 3.5 years, clothed in sackcloth. And it goes on and says, These are the two olive trees and the two lampstands that are standing before Elohim of the Arats, of the earth. And if anyone wishes to harm them, fire comes out of their mouth and consumes their enemies. And if anyone wishes to harm them, they had to be unalived in that way, or in the same way that they try to unalive them. These possess authority. Who's these? The two witnesses. Possess authority to shut the Shama, the heaven, so that no rain falls in the days of their prophecy. And they possess authority over waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they wish, as they want. And when they, the two witnesses, have ended their witness, their testimony, their testifying or prophesying, the beast coming out of the pit of the deep, notice what we're being told here, the beast coming out of the pit of the deep shall fight against them, against the two witnesses, and overcome them and unalive them. And their dead bodies will lie in the street of that great city that spiritually is called Sodom and Mitzrayim, or Egypt, where also our master was impaled. And some of the peoples and tribes and languages, and languages and nations, ethnic groups, shall see their dead bodies for 3.5 days, and not allow their dead bodies to be placed into tombs, into burial sites. And those dwelling on the Arats, those dwelling on the earth, living on the earth, shall rejoice over them and exalt. They shall party, celebrate, and they shall send gifts to one another, because these two prophets tortured those dwelling on the earth. And after 3.5 days, the ruach of life, the breath of life from Alua Elohim, is coming from Alua Elohim, entered into them, into the two witnesses. And they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon those who saw them. And they heard a loud voice from the Shama, from the heaven, saying to them, come up here. And they went up into the Shama, into heaven, in a cloud, and their enemies saw them. So this was witnessed by all those who dwell on the earth. And in that hour, there came to be a great earthquake, and a tenth of the city fell. And in the earthquake, 7,000 men were unalived. And the rest became afraid and gave esteem, or honored, worship the mighty one of the Shama of the heaven. And it says here, the second woe is past. And see, the third woe is coming quickly. So the second woe is the sixth trumpet. Remember, we read the fifth trumpet that had to do with the locust army that we know is the third of the fallen ones, the third of the angels, who are the fallen ones, not third of the fallen ones, but a third of the angels who are known as the fallen ones. That is the fifth seal, or the fifth trumpet, The sixth trumpet is what we just read here, where it talks about how the two witnesses were going to be unalived. They're going to be unalived. Or I'm all twisted here. The sixth trumpet is where a third of the earth population is going to be unalived by the smoke and the fire and the brimstone that comes from these weapons from the 200 million man army. So this is going to be a huge battle, a huge war. This is not the same war that we read about in the second sequence, the second seal, which is the red horse. This is a different war, a different event. But here we see that the culmination of all of this has to do with the end of the sixth trumpet. So from what I'm gathering here, and again, this is just my opinion from what I've studied on this, is that the two witnesses, people have questioned, who are they? Before I try to attack that answer or question, many of us who will be going through the Great Tribulation, we're going to get to see these things occur upon the earth. And we're told to endure to the end. Now, to me, it seems very clear. It's blurry. Someone says it's blurry right now. Oh, I don't know what's going on, why it's blurry. Let me see if I can fix it. Give me a second, everyone. Let me turn on the comments so you guys can tell me that it looks better. Is it blurry on your phone, dear?
No.
It's not blurry on your phone? Askia, you might have to leave and come back in. Yes, well, it's a little blurry though. It's cleared up? Okay. It's cleared up now. All right, let me go ahead and shut off the comments again. Sorry about that, everyone. Yes, please let me know if it does get out of focus. I don't know why that happens from time to time. So back to what we're talking about. So here we see that the two witnesses we're told are going to prophesy for 1,260 days. Now the question is who are these two witnesses? Who are they? Some people believe it's Moses and Eliyahu, or Moses and Elijah. They say that because of this passage right here in Matthew chapter 17. Remember this passage? And it says here, Matthew 17, verse 1. And after 6 days, notice after 6 days, after 6,000 years, symbolically speaking, Yahusha took Kappa, Yakub and Yohanan, Peter, James, and John, his brother, and brought them up on a high mountain, that would be Mount Zion, symbolically speaking, by themselves, and he was transformed. The Messiah was transfigured before them, and his face shined like the sun, just like this mighty angel that we just read about in Revelation chapter 10. And his garments became white as light. And see, Masha and Eliyahu, Moses and Elijah appeared to them, appeared to Kappa, Yaqub, and Yohanan on this high mountain, along with the Mashiach who transfigured before them. And Kappa said that they saw him talking with the Messiah. And Kappa answered and said, Yahusha, Master, it is right for us to be here. If you would allow us, let us make here 3 booths or 3 tabernacles, 3 tents, one for you, one for Masha, and one for Eliyahu. And while he, Kappa, was still speaking, see, a bright cloud overshadowed them. And see, a voice came out of the cloud saying, this is my image. This is my bane, my son, the beloved, in whom I delight. Hear him. Literally saying, obey him is what he's saying here. Obey him. And when the taught ones heard, they fell on their faces and were much afraid. And Yahusha came near and touched them and said, rise and do not be afraid. Having lifted up their eyes, they saw no one but Yahusha only. So again, some people believe the 2 witnesses is Moses and Elijah. There's other reasons for this, that it's Moses and Elijah, because some of the things that was done, like it says here. It says here in Revelation chapter 11, and if anyone, verse 5, wish or wants to harm them, these 2 witnesses, fire comes out from their mouth. Fire comes out from their mouth and consumes their enemies. Now, Eliyahu, Elijah, when he used to walk this earth, we're never told that fire came out of his mouth. Masha, when we read his stories of what he did while he was here on this Aratz, on the earth with the children of Yasharal, fire never proceeded out of his mouth. So this is something new. But it goes on and says, and if anyone wants to harm them, they would have to be unalived in that way. So whatever way that these people want to harm these 2 witnesses, the 2 witnesses would harm them like, oh yeah, you're going to do this to us? Well, back at you, pretty much. But it goes on and says, these possess authority. They've been given the authority to shut up heaven. Now here we see a little inkling of what Elijah did back in his day. We're told here in the book of Yaqub, in James, chapter 5, verse 17, it says, Eliyahu was a man with feelings like us. Pretty much what Yaqub, James, is saying here. He's like, look, Elijah was a mere man like us. He was a mortal. And yet he prayed earnestly that it would not rain. And it did not rain, check this out, on the land for 3 years and 6 months. 3.5 years, that is 42 months, or 1,260 days. And so we're told here in Revelation chapter 11 about where it says that these 2 witnesses, that they had the power to shut up heaven so that no rain falls in the days of their prophecy. Well, how long is the days of their prophecy? It says they shall prophesy 1,260 days. That's 3.5 years or 42 months. You can do the math. Is that coincidence that we read this in the book of Yaqub, in the book of James, chapter 5, verse 17? Eliyahu, same person, Elijah, was a man with feelings like us. And he palawed, and earnestly he palawed, that it would not rain. And it did not rain on the land 3 years and 6 months, 3.5 years. And it says, and he prayed again, he palawed again, and the Shama gave rain, and the land brought forth fruit. So we see again, this is one of the authorities given to the 2 witnesses, that they can have it to where no rain falls on the days of their prophecy. And it says, and they possess authority over waters to turn them to blood. This is another reason why people argue that it's probably going to be Moses. Because again, as you guys can read in the book of Exodus, one of the plagues was that Yahuwah told Moshe to go to the river Euphrates, the Nile River, and take your staff and strike the waters of the Nile, and it shall turn to blood. And that's what it did. And so this is another reason why some people argue that the other witness could be Moses. And so they were given the ability to smite the earth with all kinds of plagues as often as they want. Now, again, who are the two witnesses? Is it Moshe and Elijah? Some people, again, use this as an argument in Malachi about it being Elijah. If we go here to Malachi chapter 4, it says here, chapter 4, verse 5, Malachi, see, I am sending you Eliyahu, that is Elijah, the prophet, before the coming of the great and awesome day of Yahuwah. And he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and strike the earth with utter destruction. With utter destruction. Now we have an issue here with this passage. What would be the issue? Well, we're told that the Messiah said, because the disciples had asked a question. Let me see if I can remember where it is. I think it's in Matityahu. They said to him, why does the scripture say that Eliyahu must come first? Does anybody know where that passage is in Matityahu? Is it in chapter 11? I'm trying to remember. You know what? I would have to turn on the the comments for you guys to tell me. I totally forgot. That would be some homework for you guys to look into. But remember, the disciples had asked the Messiah, why does the scripture say that Eliyahu must come first? Well, Malachi chapter 4, that's what we're reading, right? And Malachi chapter 3, it does say that about him coming. It's blurry again. I see Satan wants to bother us today. I see he wants to bother us today. So yes, in chapter 3, it says, I am sending my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me. Then suddenly the master you are seeking comes to his call to the temple, even the messenger of the agreement, in whom you delight. See, he is coming, said Yahuwah of hosts. He is coming. The Messiah, before the great and terrible day of Yahuwah, he shall come. But he's going to send his messenger first. Now, we know that John was sent before our Messiah. He was to prepare the way for our Messiah, like it says here in Matthew chapter 11. It says here, for this, verse 10, for this is he of whom it was written, see, I send my messenger before your face, who shall prepare your way before you. Malachi chapter 3:1. That's what I just read. And who was that? John, Yohanan. Tudata Cody Shelby. So where we was at in Matthew chapter 17, it says that here. Tudata for all of you who shared that. Verse 10. This is chapter 17 of verse 10 of Matityahu. And his taught ones asked the Messiah, saying, why then do the scribes or the writers say that Eliyahu has to come first? And Yahusha answering and said to them, Eliyahu is indeed coming first and shall restore all. But I say to you that Eliyahu has already come. He's already come. And they did not recognize him, but did to him whatever they wanted. In this way, the son of Adam is also about to suffer by them, by the same people, by their own people. Then the taught ones, the Talmudim, understood that he had been speaking about Yohanan the Immerser, John the Baptist. John the Baptist. So, did Eliyahu already come? Or did Yohanan the Immerser, John the Baptist, come in the spirit of Elijah, as a lot of people like to say? Did he come in the spirit of Eliyahu? Was he really Elijah in the flesh? I don't think he was actually Elijah in the flesh, but I believe he came as Elijah in the same type of office as Elijah, as a prophet. As a prophet. John was a prophet. Hanan, he was a prophet. He was sent to his own people. She took your what you call it again, baby?
Yes, she did.
So is it Moses and Elijah? Who else could it be? Could it be Enoch and Elijah? Here's another argument that people make of the two witnesses possibly being Enoch and Elijah, and this is their argument. The argument is in Hebrews chapter 9, we read here, verse 27, or verse 20, verse 27. And as it awaits man to die once, but after this, some of your translations will say, comes the judgment, or after this, the judgment. So what are we being told in this tiny little verse if we just take that and we isolate that verse? What we're saying is that Elijah and Enoch, we know that Elijah never died, and we know that Enoch never died. Both of them were teleported. They were translated. They were taken. They were raptured, if you will, alive. And so they're saying, some people's argument is, so they're going to come back since they've never died before, and now they're going to die at the hands of this angel that comes from the bottomless pit. So that's the other argument of who the two witnesses could be. There's also those who also think that it could also be John, this same John that we just read about, because remember what it said here in Revelation. Chapter 10, verse 11, and he said to me, to John, you have to prophesy again in ethnic groups and languages and sovereigns. Could it be John? Could John be one of the two witnesses? Remember what he said here in the Basora of Yohanan, chapter 21. Listen to this here. Chapter 21 of Yohanan, John, verse 18. Truly, truly, Amat, I say to you, when you were younger, Kappa, to Peter, you girded yourself and walked where you wanted to. But when you are old, you shall stretch out your hands, and another shall gird you and bring you where you do not want. Now this, he, Yahusha, said this, signifying by what type of death Kappa, Peter, would esteem Alua Elohim. And having said this, he said to Kappa, to Peter, follow me, do as I do. And Kappa, turning around, saw the taught one, saw the disciple whom Yahusha loved following, who also had leaned on his breast at the supper and said, but master, who is the one who is delivering you up? Seeing him, Kappa said to Yahusha, but master, what this one? What about John, the twin? What about him? Yahusha said to him, if I want him to remain till I come, notice the words here. The Messiah is saying to Kappa, to Peter, what is it to you if I want him to remain till I come? What is that to you? You, Peter, you just follow me. You do what I told you to do. Therefore, this word went out among the brethren that this taught one would not die. However, Yahusha did not say to Peter, that John, that's who we're talking about, would not die. But if I desire him to remain until I come, what is it to you, Peter? This is the taught one who bears witness about these matters and wrote these matters. And we know that his witness is true. What is he saying here? This is John saying that I'm the one who wrote this letter to you. Hence why it's called the Epistle of John. John is saying, I'm the one. I'm the one that Peter said, what about this guy? He was saying that to me. What about him? What's going to happen to him? The Messiah says, don't worry what's going to happen to John. You just do what I told you to do, and you do my work. You follow me. You do what I did. And so some people think one of the taught ones, or one of the ones who is going to be the two witnesses, might possibly be John as well. Now, the last one, which I'm not seeing this, but I'm going to put it out there anyways, because this is a teaching, especially in the Hebrew roots movement and the truth movement, that people are saying that the two witnesses are two trees. Where are they getting the two trees? Let's go back here. Verse 4. These are the two olive trees. Okay, because it's talking about the two witnesses. Let's read verse 3 again. I shall give unto my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. And then verse 4 follows and says, these are the two olive trees. The two witnesses are the two olive trees. And we're going to look this up here in a second in Zechariah 4:3, where we can talk about this two olive trees. And the two lampstands that are standing before the mighty one of the earth. So let's go to Zechariah chapter 4. So Zechariah, once I find it here, chapter 4. Let's read about this. Verse 3. Oh, let's back up. Let's go to verse 2. And he said to me, what do you see? So I said, I have looked and see a lampstand of gold with a bowl on top of it. And on the stand, 7 lamps with 7 spouts to the 7 lamps. So again, 7 lamps, we know this to be a menorah, with 7 spouts to the 7 lamps, and the 2 olive trees are by it, one at the right of the bowl and the other at its left. Now, we're going to read a little bit more here in Zechariah, but just to get this picture in our mind, what we're talking about here, we see the same figure of speech here: lampstands and 2 olive trees. Okay, 2 olive trees. Same thing that we read about here in Revelation chapter 11. Again, 2 olive trees, 2 lampstands. So John is seeing the same thing that Zechariah is also seeing. Okay. So when we go back here, then I responded and spoke to the messenger, to the angel who was speaking to me, saying, what are these, my master? And the messenger, the angel who was speaking with me, said and answered me and said, do you not know what these are? And I said, no, my master. And he answered and said to me, this is the word of Yahuwah to Zerubbabel, not by my might, nor by my power, but by my ruach, said Yahuwah of hosts. Who are you, great mountain, before Zerubbabel? A plain. And he shall bring forth the capstone with shouts of favor, favor to it. And the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, the hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this house, and his hands shall complete it. And you shall know that Yahuwah of hosts has sent me to you. For who has despised the day of small beginnings? They shall rejoice when they see the plumb line in the hand of Zerubbabel. If you don't know who Zerubbabel is, it's letting you know it's talking about him, me. Notice it's capitalized. It's letting you know it's talking about the Messiah. These 7 are the eyes of Yahuwah that diligently search throughout all the earth. What are the eyes? The 7 lamps, the 7 spouts, the 7 lamps. Remember, let's go back to Revelation. All of this is telling us what all this is saying. Revelation chapter 1, let's start at verse 20. The secret of the seven stars that you saw on my right hand and the seven golden lampstands. Again, seven lampstands, golden lampstands. The seven stars are the seven messengers of the seven assemblies. And the seven lampstands that you saw are the seven assemblies. But it doesn't stop there. It also says, let me find it. Give me a second. Revelation chapter 5, verse 6, and I saw and looked in the midst of the throne and the four living beings, and in the midst of the elders, a lamb standing, having been slain, having seven horns and seven eyes, that are the seven ruachos, the seven spirits of Children of Elohim, sent out into all the earth. Back to Zechariah chapter 4. These seven are the eyes of Yahuwah that diligently search out throughout all the earth. So we're seeing that it's talking about his ruach before us, talking about the seven candlesticks, which represents and completes the body of the Messiah. Yeah, the body of the Messiah. So the lampstand menorah represents us, the body. So if we go back here to Revelation chapter 11, what we're talking about here, and let's look at these two witnesses. This is the other argument that people are saying about the two witnesses. Could they be the two olive trees? These two olive trees, as it says, are the two witnesses. We got to make sure we understand who or what the two olive trees are. And it says these two olive trees and the two lampstands that are standing before Children of Elohim of the earth. Where else do we see something about olive trees? Well, let's go to Romans. It's in one of the letters of Shaul, Paul. This is the connection that people are making, that they believe that Paul, Shaul, was speaking about this olive tree in Revelation, for Revelation was even written. The book of Romans, the letter to the Romans that has been penned by Shaul, aka Paul, was written before Revelation was given to John, to Yohanan. Okay? So what we're reading here, it says this. So Shaul slowly starts to merge into talking about an olive tree, but we're going to start here from verse 16. Now, if the first fruits is set apart, the lump is also. And if the root is set apart, so are the branches. And if some of the branches were broken off, you being a wild olive tree, here we hear a wild tree, but it's talking about a wild olive tree, having been grafted in among them, and came to share in the root and the fatness of the olive tree, do not boast against the branches. And if you boast, remember, you do not bear the root, but the root bears you. You shall say then, the branches were broken off that I might be grafted in. Perfect, great, wonderful. By unbelief, they were broken off, and you standing by belief, do not be arrogant, do not boast, some of your translations will say, but fear. For if Children of Elohim did not spare the natural branches, he might not spare you either. So then the kindness and the sharpness of our mighty one on those who fell, sharpness, but towards you, kindness, if you continue in his kindness. Otherwise, you shall also be cut off. And they also, if they do not continue in unbelief, shall be grafted in, for Children of Elohim is able to graft them in again, meaning to go back to their olive tree. For if you were cut out of the olive tree that is wild by nature, so here we go. We're talking about two different olive trees. For if you, let me clarify who the you is. For if you Gentiles were cut out of the olive tree that is wild by nature, and were grafted contrary to nature into a righteous olive tree, there's the other olive tree, Two olive trees, the wild olive tree and the righteous olive tree. How much more shall these who are of the natural branches or of the natural olive tree be grafted back into their own tree again? So are we talking about these two olive trees in chapter 11 of Revelation, verse 4? Are these the two olive trees that we're reading about? Could the two witnesses be the natural branches and the grafted in from the wild olive tree? What am I saying? What is the word saying? Is it to the Israelites first and then to the Gentiles? As it says, salvation is of the Jews first and then to the Gentiles. In that passage there where Paul says that here in the book of Romans, that salvation is to the Jews first. That is a general speech to say that the Jews here symbolically represents Israel, the whole 12 tribes. Salvation is for Israel first, and then to the remnant, to the Gentiles. This is why the Messiah says, I have not come but for the house of Yasharal, for the tribes of Yasharal. That's the lost 10 tribes. They are the natural olive tree. The Gentiles are the wild by nature olive tree, meaning that you are DNA wild olive trees. And you have to cling on to Israel, to be grafted into Israel, to become Israel, to partake of the commonwealth of Israel, just like Shaul says in Ephesians chapter 2. You who were once Gentiles are no longer Gentiles. You are now citizenship of Yasharal. So could the two witnesses be the two olive trees, be the DNA Yasharal, the natural branches, and the wild branches that are the Gentiles? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there to you. I'm not quite sure. But it seems to have a lot of evidence. But this is where it puzzles me, and I'm just bringing it out to you, okay? If it is these two olive trees are the natural branches and the wild branches that have been grafted in together, we're still talking about one tree. Because the wild branches are being grafted into the natural olive tree. The wild tree doesn't become a righteous tree. The wild tree is still wild. That wild tree represents those who are not of the truth, of the Gentiles. They're going to be thrown into the fire just like the ones who are broken off from the olive tree, the natural olive tree. All of that is getting thrown in to the fire. So the ones that were broken off the wild olive tree, they're going to be saved and grafted into the natural olive tree. So again, we're only still dealing with one olive tree. And nowhere do we see the argument that I see with a lot of Hebrew Israelites that the two olive trees represent the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, because we don't see that in the text here, nor do we see it in Zechariah as the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. So what are we to make of this? I don't know. But this is one of the things that also causes me pause, because it also says this. Let's just say you and I, those of you listening to me, all of us, we are the two olive trees. Okay, let's just say it's us. And we are prophesying, because that's what we're doing right now. What is it to prophesy? We are taking, excuse me, let me say that again. To prophesy means that you have been sent out to speak a message that has been given to you. Not your message, but the Creator's message. That's what makes a person a prophet or a prophetess, one who has been sent. You are to forewarn my people, as it says in Ezekiel chapter 3 and chapter 33, as the watchmen and watchwomen. This is why we're called the Nazarene, the watchmen. Are we the ones? And again, what is a Nazarene? Branch, olive tree. Could we be this olive tree? Again, Here's what gives me pause. If we are they, then that means sometime in the future, if anyone wants to harm us, fire is going to come out of our mouth and we're going to consume our enemies. You don't need to go get no pow pow. You don't need to go get no ammo. The ammo is right there when the spirit is going to be released out of you, if this is the case. And it says, if anyone wants to harm them, they would have to be unalived in the way that they're trying to unalive us, if we are the two witnesses. And then it goes on and says, these two witnesses possess authority to shut up the heaven so that no rain falls in the days of their prophecy. So let's say we're over here, like I'm here in Vegas, and I'm all of a sudden prophesying. I'm promoting the true basora of the scriptures in Vegas. And I'm looking over the valley of Vegas and I'm palaling over Vegas because nobody is repenting. So I'm going to curse the valley that it does not rain all the days of my prophecy. Just throwing it out there. Could this be a possibility? If we are these two olive trees, the two witnesses. And it says that we have the authority to turn water into blood and smite the earth with all kinds of plagues as often as we want. As often as we want. And when they have ended their witness, if this is us, when we have accomplished our mission, the beast coming out of the pit, this is none other than Satan. Satan is the beast coming out of the pit of the deep. He is going to fight against us if we are the two witnesses. And he shall overcome us and unalive us. Sounds like Revelation chapter 13. What does it say there? And it says here, and it was given to him to fight with the set apart ones and to overcome them. And the authority was given to him over every tribe and language and nation, ethnic groups, and all those dwelling on the Arats whose names have not been written in the book of the life of the slain lamb from the foundation of the world shall worship him, that is the anti-Messiah, which is the dragon possessing the anti-Messiah. So this is him, the beast who comes out of the pit of the earth. He is the one who's going to wage war against us, as it says in Revelation chapter 13. But now here's the part that also caused me to have some pause. And after the 3.5 days, the spirit of life from Children of Elohim entered into them. So 3.5 days. Is this literal 3.5 days? Or is each day for a year and a year for a day? We're not told to apply that here. But if we're going to say that these are the two olive trees, are we only going to be unalived for 3.5 days and then we're going to be resurrected? Where's that? It's not making sense. Maybe this means 3.5 years and not 3.5 days. Let's look at this. I want to look at this in the Strongs. Give me a second as I open this up. Let me open this up here. Give me a second, all of you. E-sword. Oh, let me close this behind me because it's reflecting off of my screen. Okay. All right, now let's go to Revelation, where we're reading from, chapter 11. Let me blow this up. Blow it up a little bit more. And we were reading, let's see, 3.5 days, verse 9, 11:9. Let's see this. So this is in the Greek. Revelation was translated from the Greek. So here we have dead bodies 3 days and a half. So let's look at the word days here in the Greek. Hemera, 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 feminine, derivative of hamai, that is to sit, akin to base of G 1476, meaning tame, that is gentle. It can mean a day, that is time, space between dawn and dark, or a whole 24-hour period, day. But several days were usually reckoned by the Jews as an inclusive of the parts of both extremes. Figuratively, a period. A period. Oh, people are telling me that it's once again blurry. I hope, well, let me continue to read and let's see if we can fix this. And it goes on and says, a time space between dawn and dark, a whole 24-hour period, or 24-hour, but also for days, were usually reckoned by the Jews as inclusive of the parts of both extremes, figuratively, a period, always defined more or less clearly by the context. It can also mean an age, always, midday, by day, daily, forever, judgment, day, time, while, or years. So, I don't know if it's still blurry, but this word days here could be 3.5 years, and not allow their dead bodies to be placed into tombs. Now, are we talking about 3.5 years of people's bodies not being buried properly, or is there a symbolic meaning to where they are not buried for 3.5 years? I don't know. I don't know. But it says here, and those dwelling on the earth rejoice over them and exalt, and they shall send gifts to each other. So they're going to celebrate. It sounds like they're going to make this into a holiday here on the earth because of these two prophets tortured those dwelling on the earth. So again, I take pause on it being two groups of people, the native born and the ones who have been adopted in. I'm not saying that it isn't. It just seems like these things are contrary to what we're reading here about who the two witnesses are. It could be two groups of people. I'm not saying it's not. The argument seems to be stronger for two individuals than for two groups of people, is what I'm getting at. And it says, and after 3.5 days, a spirit of life from Children of Elohim entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell on those who saw them. Okay, before I keep going, I see that we must be still having problems because I see people are leaving the room. Let me see here. I turned on the comments. Let me know. Is it still blurry? Give me a 1 if it's still blurry. Give me a 1 if it's still blurry. So it's getting better. Okay. I had turned on the comments because I wanted to see what you guys were saying about the screen. I'll leave it on for now because I need you guys to be able to tell me if it's going bad or not. Okay. All right, so let's continue. So here again we see that the 3.5 days could also be 3.5 years from the word hemera in the Greek. So this could be written both ways. Okay. But nonetheless, we see here in verse 12 that the same thing that was told to John, I shared this with you all last week, the same phrase is sent to these two witnesses. Come up here. Revelation chapter 11, verse 12. Come up here. We saw the same thing in Revelation chapter 4. Verse 1. And it says, let me back this out a little bit more. And after this, I looked and saw a door having been opened in the heaven. And the first voice that I heard was like a trumpet speaking with me, saying, "Come up here, and I shall show you what has to take place after this. Come up here." So we see that again here in Revelation chapter 11, verse 12. And they heard a loud voice from the heaven saying to them, to the two witnesses, "Come up here." And they, the two witnesses, went up into heaven in a cloud, and their enemies saw them. Their enemies saw them. And it says, and in that hour came to be a great earthquake, and a tenth of the city fell. A tenth of the city fell. Now, we see that it said that the two witnesses were going to be in a particular location here in verse 8. It says, and their dead bodies lie in the street of that great city that is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt, or Mitzrayim, where also our master was impaled. Where was our master impaled? He wasn't impaled in Sodom. Our Messiah wasn't impaled in Sodom, and he wasn't impaled in Egypt either. But it says it was spiritually called Sodom and Mitzrayim and Egypt, where also our master was impaled. Let's look at that word impaled. Let's see what it says here about verse 8. Now in the Greek, it puts the word staru. This is where the Catholics got a hold of it and put the pagan word crucified. The actual word is staru, and it comes from the word staros, which has to do with a pole. So it means that he was staked, where our Messiah was staked. That is G4717 in the Strong's Concordance. So let me see. It says to impale, to extinguish, to subdue, or to be selfish. Let me see something else. Yep, that's all I'm getting out of that passage. So this word impaled comes from the word star. What did I say it was? Staru. And staru comes from staros, which is where we get the word stake or post, which is what our Messiah was impaled to. He was impaled to a stake, a post, a pole, a log, if you will. All right, so then from there, let's see, let's continue. Verse 13. And in that hour, there came to be a great earthquake, and a tenth of the city fell. And in the earthquake, 7,000 men were unalived, and the rest became afraid and gave esteem to Elohim of heaven. Now that was the second woe. Right there, verse 14, the second woe is past. The second warning has passed. Now, it seems as though the Great Tribulation is already going on, because these two witnesses are going to be prophesying for 1,260 days, which means that this has to deal with what we know as the Great Tribulation, and not the first 3.5 year period, but the second 3.5 year period. Now, there's arguments for both sides. There are people that say that the two witnesses, they prophesy for 3.5 years of the first part, or the first half of the 7 years of the 70th week of Daniel, from Revelation or Daniel chapter 9. And they're saying that these two witnesses, they prophesy up until the Great Tribulation begins, and then the next 3.5 year begin after these two witnesses have been taken up. Is that a possibility? It could be. And if that is the case, then that means the two witnesses could be getting ready to appear. If it's not us, if we're not the two olive trees, the two witnesses could be appearing any day now. Any day now. which means if this is the year that they show up, even on the pagan calendar, 2026, 7 years from now would be 2033. This would put us in line with the prophecies of a day is 1,000 years and 1,000 years is a day. This lines us up in the prophecies that we are entering, or if we haven't already entered, we're about to enter into the day of Yahuwah, because the day of Yahuwah is 1,000-year period. Now, not to confuse any of you, again, I'm showing both sides of the argument. I personally believe that the day of Yahuwah doesn't start until those of us who have either been unalived in the Messiah or are alive at the time of his second coming. That is the day of Yahuwah. Because Shaul tells us, Paul, in 2 Thessalonians, this warning. What did he say there? Notice what he says here. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, here we are. As to the coming of our master Yahusha, the Messiah, and our gathering together to him, we ask you, brethren, not to become easily unsettled in mind or troubled, either by ruach or by word or by letter, as if from us, as if the day of Yahuwah has come. The day of Yahuwah has come, as if the day of Yahuwah has come. He's associating the day of Yahuwah has come with the coming of the Master Yahusha and our gathering together to him. These two are connected to the day of Yahuwah. I hope you all see that. Now, going back to chapter 11. And so we see here, it says, second woe has passed. That's the sixth trumpet. And it says, and see, the third woe is coming speedily. So now let's read the seventh trumpet. Verse 15 of chapter 11 of Revelation. And the seventh messenger sounded, and there came to be loud voices in the heavens, saying, the reign of this world has become the reign of our master, and of the Messiah, or his Messiah, and he shall reign forever and ever. And the 24 elders sitting before Aluah Elohim on their thrones fell on their faces and worshiped Aluah Elohim, saying, we give you thanks, O Yahuwah, Al Shaddai, that is to say, Almighty, the one who is, and who was, and who is coming, second coming. Who is the one who is coming? It says Yahuwah. They say Yahuwah, Al Shaddai. Again, for those of you who've been on this channel, you know that Yahuwah, the Father, is Yahusha, the Son, because the Son is the one who is coming. Because you have taken your great power and reigned, and the nations were enraged, and your wrath has come. The wrath has come. And the time of the dead to be judged. The time of the dead to be judged. Is this everybody? Everyone who's dead? Nope. It says to give the reward to your servants, the prophets, and to the set apart ones, the Kadashim. You may know it as the saints in your translation. And to those who fear your name, small and great, and to destroy those who destroy the earth. This is his wrath coming. He is going to destroy those who are destroying the earth. This is the reason for his wrath. And then it goes on and says, and the dwelling place of Aluah Elohim was opened in the Shama, and the ark of his agreement was seen in his dwelling place. And there came to be what? Lightnings and voices and thunders and earthquakes and great hail. This brings us to the end of the third sequence. So the third sequence, the end of the third sequence is the seventh trumpet. The seventh trumpet. Why is this significant? Because Christianity would have us to believe that what Shaul was saying in 1 Corinthians, you see, this is what happens when you don't do what they like to call exegesis properly, right? You don't take what you're reading and rightly dividing it to understand what it is saying to you. Here in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, we read this just yesterday. Listen to what it says here in verse 51 and 52. This is what the pre-tribulation raptures, they love to use this passage. See, I speak a secret to you. Yours may say mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. Yours may say last trump. Last trumpet. Again, Paul, by the inspiration of the Ruach HaKodesh, writes this letter to those of the assembly of Corinth, the Corinthians, and he's telling them what must transpire before our resurrection. The last trumpet must be blown. The pre-tribulation rapture believers want us to believe that this happens before the anti-Messiah is revealed and before the tribulation period, hence pre-tribulation rapture. Well, we just read the seventh trumpet, which is the last trumpet. There's seven trumpets, and none of the six trumpets that preceded the seventh trumpet spoke about a resurrection. Excuse me. The seals don't talk about a resurrection. The seven assemblies doesn't talk about a resurrection. But the seventh trumpet, the last trumpet, talks about a resurrection. We just read it. Let's read it again. Verse 18, and the nations were enraged, and your wrath has come, and the time of the dead, not the time of the living, but the time of the dead to be judged. How can the dead be judged unless they're resurrected? How can the dead be given their reward unless they're resurrected? Your servants, the prophets, and the set apart ones, and those who fear your name, small and great, his name, Yahuwah, to destroy those who destroy the earth. This is why his wrath is coming. It's to destroy those who are destroying the earth. We're not the ones destroying the earth. We're the ones who are forewarning people of what they're doing. And if you don't watch what you're doing, Yahuwah is coming, he's going to destroy you. This is the seventh trumpet. This is the last trumpet. This brings us to the end. This is the second coming, is what we're reading. That's why it says here, the reign of this world has become the reign of our master. Why? Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. What does it say in the book of Daniel, chapter 7, and in chapter 10, and in chapter 11? That the kingdoms of this world shall become the kingdom of our Messiah. What does it say here? Let's go to Daniel, chapter 7. What does it say there? Daniel, chapter 7. Let's start here at chapter 7, verse 13. I was looking in the night visions and saw one like the son of Anosh coming with the clouds of the heavens. This is our Messiah. And he came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near to before him. So again, here we see Daniel having visions. Okay, this isn't literal. He's given a vision, and he sees that the son of Anosh approaches the Ancient of Days, just like we see in Revelation chapter 5, where it says that he came and took the scroll out of the right hand of him sitting on the throne, and he took the scroll, and the four living beings and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb. What does it mean to fall down? They prostrated. They were worshiping before the Lamb, the Messiah, each holding a harp and golden bowls filled of the incense that is the prayers of the set apart ones, the Kadashim, the saints. And they sang a renewed song, saying, you are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals, because you were slain and have redeemed us to Alua Elohim by your blood out of every tribe and out of every language and people and ethnic group, and made us kings and priests to our mighty one, and we shall reign upon the earth, not heaven, upon the earth. Again, not heaven. We are going to reign upon the earth. So again, what do we see here in Daniel chapter 7? And I was looking in the night visions, again, visions, not a reality, a vision, and saw one like the son of Anosh coming with the clouds of the Shamayim. This is the second coming. And then he goes on and says, and he came to the Ancient of Days. This is the changing of the guards that we just read about in Revelation chapter 5. And they brought him. Who's they? I would assume that this is the messengers, the Malachim, the angels. brought him, the Messiah, near before him, that is the Father sitting on the throne, and to him was given rulership, that is the Son, the Son, and preciousness and a reign, that all the peoples, nations, languages should serve him. His rule is an everlasting rule that shall not pass away, and his kingdom, his reign, that shall not be destroyed. And then it goes on in verse 18, and it says, then the set apart ones, that is the Kadashim, the Talmudim of the Most High, shall receive the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. What did we just read over here? In Revelation chapter 5, it says we would do what? We shall reign upon the earth. He has made us what? Kings and priests to our mighty one, and we shall reign upon the earth. We're reigning upon the earth because that's exactly what we're seeing here in Daniel chapter 7, verse 18. Then the set apart ones of the Most High shall receive the kingdom and possess and reign forever, even forever and ever. Where are we going to be ruling and reigning forever? In the heavens or on the earth? According to Revelation chapter 5, verse 10, we shall reign upon the earth. We shall reign upon the earth. And so we see again here, it says, verse 22 in Daniel chapter 7, 7:22 of Daniel, until the Ancient of Days came and right ruling was given to the set apart ones, that is again the Kadashim, the saints of the Most High. And the time came that the set apart ones took possession of the kingdom, the reign. And again it says, but the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away its rule, that is the anti-Messiah's rule, Satan's rule, and we shall cut it off. That means we shall destroy it until the end. And the kingdom and the rulership and the greatness of the kingdoms, plural, under all the heavens shall be given to the people, the set apart ones, the Kadashim, the saints of the Most High, not to the angels, not to no cherubims and seraphims and teraphims. It's going to be given to us. It shall be given to the saints of the Most High. His reign, the Messiah's reign, his kingdom is an everlasting kingdom. And all rulerships, that means you and I, shall serve and obey him. Hallelujah. So back here in Revelation chapter 11, about the seventh trumpet, that's exactly what we're seeing here in verse 15. The reign or the kingdom of this world has become the kingdom of our master and of his Messiah, and shall reign forever and ever. And the 24 elders sitting before Alua Elohim and on their thrones fell on their faces and worshipped him, and saying, we give you thanks, O Yahuwah Al Shaddai, the one who is, who was, and who is coming. Again, second coming, because you have taken your great power and reigned, and the nations, the Gentiles, the heathens, the pagans were enraged. And your wrath has come, and the time of the dead to be judged, and to give the reward to your servants, the prophets, and to the set apart ones, the saints. What's going to happen? We're going to be given the kingdom. And to those who fear your name, small and great, to destroy those who destroy the earth. And then to finish that off, and the dwelling place of Alua Elohim was opened in the Shama, and the ark of his agreement, his contract, his marriage vows to us, the bride, was seen in his dwelling place. And there came to be lightnings and voices and thunders and earthquakes and great hail. Again, this lets us know we have come to another end of a sequence, just like before that preceded it. Remember what we read earlier here in the ending of the second sequence? That is Revelation chapter 8, verse 5. And the messenger took the censer and filled it with the fire of the slaughter place and threw it to the earth. And there was noises and thunders and lightnings and an earthquake. We saw the same thing in the first sequence, did we not? Yes, we did. In chapter 4, verse 5. And out of the throne came lightnings and thunders and voices. And the 7 lamps of fire were burning before the throne, that are the 7 spirits of Alua Elohim. And so again, we have come to the end of the third sequence. Now this takes us into the fourth sequence. So before we do that, let me show you through the timeline. And again, the timeline is available on our link tree. We're gonna put all my stuff here. Give me a second, everyone. Here it is. Okay. So now, we remember that we were talking about the first sequence. First sequence is the seven assemblies. Okay, it's approximately a 2,000-year period that started around 30 to 31 AD. All right, that happened at the Feast of Weeks, also known as in the Greek tongue Pentecost. Then we went over the second sequence, which are the seven seals. Let me back this out so you guys can see this. Okay, and we went through all of that again. This is when I was in Christianity, and I thought the first seal had to do with the false prophet, or the false Messiah, I should say. We know this to be COVID-19, Corona, not the false Messiah. Okay, that's what Christianity has been teaching us. And so that kind of bled over into my understanding. Anyway, so now we see the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh seal. Okay, we did that. What we just went over now is the seven trumpets. Let me back that out a little more so you can see this. All of this is available for you to read at your own pleasure. So we see a third of the trees for the first trumpet, a third of the sea life, and a third of the ships are destroyed in the second trumpet. A third of the rivers and a third of the springs have been contaminated. A third of the sun, moon, and the stars are dimmed. The fifth trumpet, a third of the angels that we know, the fallen ones, are going to torment men. Okay. And then the sixth trumpet, a third of mankind were unalived by another war, by a 200 million man army that comes from the east. And then the seventh trumpet has to do with the post rapture, or the post tribulation rapture, the resurrection, the first resurrection. This is the last trumpet. The seventh trumpet is the last trumpet. What proceeds after that is going to be the fifth sequence. Okay, but we're getting ready to go into the fourth sequence before we get into the wrath of Elohim, because that's what was getting ready to precede the seventh trumpet. So that's where we're at now. Let me show you how those coincide with one another. Here's the first sequence here. This is the first sequence. Here's the second sequence here. And then here's the third sequence here that we just went over about the trumpet. So now, let me show you this so you start to make some sense of it. You see there's also these hash mark lines and these solid lines in red, okay? Now from here all the way to here is 2,000 years, okay? Let me blow this up. Forgive me for some of the Christian lingo that you'll see here, like church, all right? But we know that the 144,000, they're going to be taken before the Great Tribulation. This we know from Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, Revelation chapter 12, and Revelation chapter 14. We know that the Assembly of Philadelphia is the 144,000. They're out of here before the Great Tribulation commences, okay? Now, after that is going to be what we know as the praise and the prayers of the saints. I showed you that from Revelation chapter, what was it? Chapter 5. Let me look here. Oh, chapter 4. Chapter 5. Yes, chapter 5, verse 8. Okay, Revelation chapter 5, verse 8 is when the praises of the prayers, that was the incense. Remember that it goes up before the altar? That's in this portion here. What transpires after that, because that's the answering of our palals, our prayer, is going to be what we call the seven bowls. This is the wrath of Elohim. He avenges us on the people on the earth, specifically Satan and the fallen ones. Okay, this brings about at the end of the seven vial bowls, the battle at Armageddon. Battle at Armageddon is when we come back with the Messiah at the end of his wrath, and we annihilate everybody else that's left that has the mark. We take them out, and this begins the 1,000-year reign. We're cleaning the earth. Okay, this would be just like, symbolically speaking, when the children of Yasharal with Yahusha, the apprentice of Moses, you may know him as Joshua, they went over the Jordan. And remember, it was the priesthood that went over first with the Ark of the Agreement. And it says that the Jordan split just like the Red Sea, and they all walked on dry ground. This is entering into the promised land. This is when the Messiah is going to take us into the promised land. He symbolically is tearing a hole in time and space. That would be the Jordan. The word Yarden in Hebrew means to descend. The word Yarden or Jordan means descend. Who's descending? Our Messiah is descending. And what is he doing? He's taking us in to the promised land. Okay, so that's when that happens. All right, so now, same here with the seals. We have the 7 seals. Okay, right after the 7th seal, this is where we're going to get raptured right here. The 7th seal is our prayer. Same prayer is up here. Okay, this is why you see this dotted line and this solid line. It's showing you that this is all in the same time area. Okay, again, each sequence is a different camera angle of the same event, just showing it to you from a different angle. That's what John saw as the Messiah was revealing it to him. So here we see the assembly going up. The 7th seal is broken. There is silence in heaven for 30 minutes. This begins the wrath of Alua Elohim, which is the 5th sequence. 5th sequence. Okay. And then the millennial reign. Millennial reign begins. So you can see how this is how you would follow the first sequence. After the first sequence, then it goes into the 5th sequence, which is the wrath. And then after that, we go into the 7th sequence, which starts the millennial reign. And once the millennial reign is over, the very end of it, we have where Satan is released and Judgment Day happens after that. And then we enter into eternity, which is the 8th sequence. See the same thing from the 2nd sequence to the 5th sequence to the 7th sequence to the 8th sequence. And then now this is what we just went over, the trumpets. Now you have the 1st trumpet, 2nd trumpet, 3rd trumpet, 4th trumpet, 5th trumpet. The 5th trumpet lets us know this is where the Great Tribulation begins. The 4th seal here, if it doesn't start here, it's here that the Great Tribulation begins. Here is where the Great Tribulation begins in the assembly age. And so here in the 5th trumpet, this was the first woe. This is where the Great Tribulation starts. When we read the 5th trumpet, that's the first woe. This is when a third of the messengers, the fallen ones, they torment. This is what we know as the 5th trumpet, Revelation chapter 9. Okay. And so then we went here to the 6th trumpet, which is the second woe. A third of man was unalived by this 200 million man army that came from the east. And then the 7th trumpet, that's the last trumpet, the first resurrection. This is where we're raptured. We're taken up. Okay. At this time, soon as we're taken up, the wrath of Alua Elohim commences. This is the 5th sequence, the 7 bowls. After the 1,000 years, the battle of Armageddon, at the right at the end, or excuse me, I should say, right before the 1,000 years, we have the battle of Armageddon, and we kick in the 1,000 years. At the end of the 1,000 years, again, same thing, Judgment Day, Satan is released, then Judgment Day, and then we kick in eternity, the 8th sequence. So now we're getting into the 4th sequence. This is where we get you see I put here the pagan word unholy. This is their trinity, the false trinity, starting in Revelation chapter 12. So let's start there. Revelation chapter 12. All right. I know some of that is a lot of information to take in. Again, it's something that you have to look into and take time to study so that it makes more sense. You're not going to get all of this in one walk, but the more you study it, the more it's going to make sense. So now, back to what we were talking about. Revelation chapter 12. Now we're going to get into some more symbolism about this woman. So Revelation chapter 12, starting the 4th sequence. And it says, chapter 12 of Revelation, verse 1, and a great sign was seen in the Shama, in the heaven, a woman, notice that, a woman clothed with the sun and with the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. This right here is explained to us who she is. But before we go to Genesis, let's continue. And being pregnant, she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth. And another sign was seen in heaven. And see a great fiery red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns on his heads. And his tail draws a third of the stars of heaven and throws them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was about to give birth to devour her child as soon as she was born, or as it was born. And she bore a male child who was to shepherd all nations, all ethnic groups, with a rod of iron. And her child was caught away to Elohim, the mighty of mighty ones, and to his throne. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by Elohim to be nourished there for 1,260 days. So let's stop there. Now let's back up. So here we see that it's talking about this sign of a woman who is clothed with the sun and with the moon under her feet and her head a crown of 12 stars. Genesis, let's go to Genesis, Bereshit, chapter 37. And let's read this. When we see symbolism like this, you need to look for it somewhere in scripture, and we get our answer in Genesis and Bereshit, chapter 37. And notice what it says here. Let me pop this side up so I can read it for you all. Starting at verse 5. And Yosef, you know Joseph, one of the 12 sons of Jacob, of Israel. And Yosef dreamed a dream and told it to his brothers. So they hated him even more. And he said to them, please listen to this dream that I had dreamed. See, we were binding sheaves in the midst of the field, and see, my sheaf rose up and also stood up. And see, your sheaf stood all around and bowed down to my sheaf. And his brothers said to him, shall you indeed reign over us? Shall you indeed rule over us? So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed still another dream. And he related it to his brothers again, may I ad lib. And he said to them, see, I have dreamed another dream, brothers. This time, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars bowed down to me. Notice what we're talking about. The sun, and the moon, and the 11 stars bowed down to me. And he related it to his father, and his father rebuked him, corrected him, chastised him, and said to him, what is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall we, your mother, and I, and your brothers indeed come and bow down to the earth before you? And his brothers envied him, but his father guarded his word. Now, what are we being told? Right here, he said he had another dream. And here we see that the sun represents Jacob, his father. The moon represents his mother. And the 11 stars represents the 11 brothers, his 11 brothers. He would be that 12th star. Same thing that we're being told here in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, about this woman. This woman was clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. This is telling us that this woman represents the 12 tribes of Yasharah. The woman, her body represents the 12 tribes of Israel. Remember, we was listening by reading chapter 7, where the 12 tribes, 12,000 from each tribe, were sealed. Nothing was able to be harmed on the earth or the sea until these 144,000 servants of Alua Elohim were sealed upon their forehead. And what were they sealed with? The name of Abba Yahuwah. And so here we see in chapter 12, this woman is the 144,000. And we know this because, again, the 144,000 are not harmed. The 144,000 is the assembly of Philadelphia that was told that they shall be kept from the hour of trial that shall come upon the whole world. So as we continue to read here, and I'm going to show you that the 144,000, that this is who the woman represents here, this woman particularly, who was clothed with the sun and the moon was under her feet and had the 12 stars over her head. This is the 144,000. But it goes on and says, and she was pregnant. She was pregnant with who? We're going to find out. It says that this one, that there was another sign in the heavens, and it tells us this imagery of this beast that had seven heads, and it says, and 7 crowns was on his head. So here we have a crown with 12 stars, but this one has 7 crowns on his head. What is this fiery red dragon that has 7 heads and 10 horns? Well, to make this simple so we don't go crazy here and loopy, the dragon, verse 9, was thrown out, that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who leads all the world astray. He was thrown to the earth, and his messengers was thrown out with him. So we see who this dragon is. This dragon is none other than Satan. So this fiery red dragon, who has the 7 heads and 10 horns and the 7 crowns on his head, he draws a third of the stars. We know now that these stars, unlike these 12 stars represents the 12 sons of Jacob. These third of the stars here is representing the third of the fallen angels. That's what these stars represent. So you can't always use the stars and say it's talking about angels everywhere in scripture. No, because these 12 stars represented the 12 sons of Israel. So these stars here cannot mean the same. This is not talking about a third of the sons of heaven. I mean, in the sense it is, in the sense that, the fallen ones are the sons of Elohim, but this is talking about, again, these stars is indicative of the fallen angels. And it says that the dragon, he throws them to the earth, and the dragon stood before the woman. Who's the woman again? Israel. Israel is the woman who was about to give birth to devour her child. Who's this child? It would be the Messiah. Did he not come from Israel? Yes, he didn't come from China. He didn't come from one of the tribes of Africa. He didn't come from Europe. He came from Israel, specifically Judah, Yahudah. And she bore a male child who was to shepherd all the nations with a rod of iron. To rule the nations with the rod of iron. What did he say here in Revelation? I believe it was in chapter 3. Let's see here. Where does it say that we shall also rule with a rod of iron? Let me find it here. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. Just give me a second. One of y'all will probably find it before me. Here it is. Chapter 2, verse 26. And he who overcomes, or I can also say, and she who overcomes, and keeps my works until the end. Until the end of what? Your life. Your life. There is no once saved, always saved. You see so many of these hints all throughout Revelation. If you're once saved, always saved, why would he tell the assemblies to repent? If once saved is always saved, why does he tell you to keep it until the end? To him I shall give authority over the nations, and he shall shepherd them with a rod of iron, as the potter's vessel shall be broken to pieces, as I also have received from my Father. This is what we're reading here in Revelation chapter 12. And she bore a male child, this is the Messiah, who was to shepherd all the nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught away. Caught away where? This was after his resurrection. After our Messiah resurrected, he was caught up back to Elohim and to his throne. And then it goes back here, and Yohanan says in verse 6, and the woman, that is Israel, the 144,000, the 12 tribes, fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by Alua Elohim to be nourished there for 1,260 days. Let me stop right there. Many in the truth movement, they like to call this the second Exodus. The problem with calling this the second Exodus is that it's not second Exodus. This here is talking about them being fled to a place in the wilderness that has been prepared for them by Alua Elohim, where they shall be nourished there for 1,260 days or 3.5 years. 3.5 years. They're not going to be tried anymore. They've passed the test. So when they're in this wilderness is not a wilderness of testing. Just like the Messiah, when he went out into the wilderness and he was tempted for 40 days and 40 nights. He was fasting for 40 days and 40 nights, and Satan came to him, tempting him in the wilderness. The Messiah was being tested. The children of Yasharal, when they came out of Egypt, did they go straight to the promised land? No, they stayed in the wilderness. Why were they in the wilderness? To be tested. This here is different. This wilderness, the woman is not tested. She has a place that is prepared for her. And you're going to see this as we continue on reading here in Revelation chapter 12. She is not being tested. She's already been tested. She's been battle tested already, because she's people. These people are alive right now today. You could be one of these people waiting for the day of waiting for that place where you have a place prepared for you by Alua Elohim for 3.5 years, for 42 months, 1,260 days. When this occurs, at the same time when this occurs, that they're going to flee, the 144,000 are going to flee, it's the same time when there is this war that's going to happen or transpire in the heavens. Verse 7 says, and there came to be fighting in the heaven. Maka'al and his messengers, his angels, fought against the dragon. And again, we know who the dragon is. The dragon is that serpent, the devil, Satan. That is the great dragon. And so the dragon and his messengers fought, and the dragon and his messengers fought, but they were not strong enough, nor was place found for them in the heaven any longer. One of you are telling me that it's skipping. Let me see if I can help it. Give me a second. Give me a second, everyone. Let's see if we can get this thing to act right. I hope this helps out. I hope this helps out. Okay, let's continue. And it says, and so, but they were not strong enough, nor was place found for them in the heaven any longer. So now they're earthbound. This is why we read in verse 9, and the dragon was thrown out, that serpent of old called the devil and Satan, who leads all the world astray. He was thrown to the earth, and his messengers were thrown out with him. His messengers were thrown out with him. Verse 10, it says, and I heard a loud voice saying in the Shama, in the heaven, now have come the deliverance, the salvation, and the power, and the reign, or the kingdom of our Alua Elohim, and the authority of his Messiah, for the accuser of our brethren, who accused them before Alua Elohim day and night, non-ceasing, has been thrown down. Thrown down to where? Thrown to the earth. So he's earthbound. So wait a minute, are you telling me that he's not earthbound right now? No, he's not. No, he's not. This is that principality that we're dealing with that's in the heavenly realms, these wicked principalities, these fallen ones. They can transverse the heavenlies. Just like it says here in the book of Ya'ub. You may know him as Job. Remember what it says here for those of you who read your word? Notice what it says here in chapter 1. Verse 5, and it came to be, when the days of feasting had gone around, that Ya'ub, Job, would send and set them apart. And he would rise early in the Bakor in the morning and offer ascending offerings, the number of them all. For Ya'ub said, it might be that my sons have transgressed. Transgressed what? The law of Abba Yahuwah, and cursed Alua Elohim in their hearts. This is Ya'ub's always, this is what he always did. He would palau and offer on behalf of his sons and daughters. So this is what it's talking about here. But then it goes on and says, and the day came to be that the sons of Alua Elohim came to present themselves before Yahuwah. Who are these sons of Elohim? These are the same sons of Elohim that you read about in Genesis chapter 6. These are the angels. And it says, and Satan also came among them. Who is Satan? He's a fallen angel. And Yahuwah said to Satan, this fallen angel, the adversary, from where do you come? And Satan answered Yahuwah and said, from diligently searching in the earth and from walking up and down in it. So if the sons of Alua Elohim came to present themselves before Yahuwah, that means that they had to bring themselves up before the throne. There's a time and a day. I don't know what that time and day is, but there's a time and a day. Maybe it's the void day on our calendar. I don't know. Maybe that's the day when they are to present themselves before Abba Yahuwah. And this is the rowling accusations that Satan likes to thwart about us, that he likes to bring before Abba Yahuwah day and night. Again, for the accuser, Revelation chapter 12, verse 10, for the accuser of our brethren, who accused them before Alua Elohim day and night, just like he did with Job, has been thrown down. Has been thrown down. This means that he can no longer ever go back up and accuse us anymore. But this hasn't happened yet. When will this happen? This will be the beginning, the starting of the Great Tribulation. And so it goes and says, and they overcame him. Who's they? That's us. The Kadashim, the Talmudim, the saints of the Most High. We overcame Satan because of the blood of the Lamb and because of the word of their witness, their testimony. And they did not love their lives to the death. What are we being told here? Satan is coming after us to behead us, to take our life from us, to scare us with death. That's what it says here. Verse 12, because of this, rejoice, O Shamaim, and you who dwell in them, but woe to the earth and the sea. Why? Because the devil, Hashatan, has come down to you. He has been earthbound, having great wrath. Great wrath. This is the great tribulation, knowing that he has a little time. This is not after the 1,000 years where some people like to say, oh, this is his little season. No, this is talking about right before our resurrection. Because again, remember, people are dying because of our witness about the Messiah and keeping his word. And so he takes us out. He wants to take us out. Verse 13, and when the dragon saw that he had been thrown to the earth, because he knows that now he's earthbound, he can't go up anymore, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child. So who is he going after? He's going after the 144,000. He's going after them here. Again, and the woman fled into the wilderness where she has a place prepared by Alua Elohim to be nourished there for 1,260 days. So here we're seeing that he is looking for the woman, but the woman is gone. Right here it says this, verse 14, and the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle to fly into the wilderness, the same wilderness that is talking about here, a place that was prepared for her. So again, she goes into the wilderness to a place where she is nourished for what? A time, times, and half a time, or that is to say a year, 2 years, plus the year, that's 3 years, and half a time, or half a year. So 3.5 years from the presence of the serpent. That is the same amount of time that we're told here, 1,260 days. This on a Gregorian calendar doesn't work. This on Yahuwah's calendar, also known as the Enoch Zaduk calendar, does work out to be 3.5 years, or exactly 42 months. Each month having 30 days. 42 times 30 gives you 1,260. This is the time, times, and half a time, 3.5 years. And it says, and out of his mouth, the serpent spewed water like a river, after the woman. So he sends off what I believe this river is representing is a military. He's going to use the military of man to go look for the 144,000, to cause her, the 144,000, to be swept away by his military, his river, his army. And the earth, Yahuwah is going to open up the earth to help the woman, because when he opens up the earth, it is going to swallow up the river. It's going to swallow up the military that the dragon has spewed out of his mouth. He gives the command to the military, and the command becomes this river to sweep away like a flood after the 144,000, but the 144,000 has been taken already. And so it says, and the dragon, that is Satan, was enraged with the woman. He's angry at the 144,000 because he can't get to him. So what does he do? He went to fight with the remnant of her seed. He went to fight with the remnant of her seed. Who is the remnant of the seed of the 144,000? Those guarding the commands of Elohim. That's the Old Testament. That is Genesis to Malachi. And possessing the witness of Yahusha, the Messiah. That's New Testament. So who is he going after? He's going after those who keep both the Old and the New Testament. He's not going after the old people, the Old Testament only, those who say Torah only observers. No, he ain't going after you. You know why? Because he got you. You don't know the Messiah. And then for those of you who say that you're only New Testament, he ain't going after you either. You know why? Because he already got you. You're not keeping the commandments of the Old Testament. So both parties, those who call themselves Christians and those who call themselves Jews or Judaism followers, how am I trying to say that? Judaic followers. So you have the so-called Judeo-Christians out there, and so you have the Jews who call themselves Jews and are not, and then you have the Christians who think that they're Israel and are not, the spiritual Israel. He's not talking about you guys. He's talking about the remnant of the 144,000, because these are the ones who know the truth, but they didn't make the cream of the crop. They didn't make the cut for the 144,000. They are not the first fruits, but they are going to be saved. They just got to go through the great tribulation. This is the assembly of Smyrna. Remember what we read earlier. Let's go back. Revelation chapter 2. Remember what the Messiah said to Smyrna with that heart condition. What did he say here? Verse 8, chapter 2. And to the messenger, that is to the angel, to the assembly in Smyrna, write. This says the first and the last, who became unalived and came to life. I know your works and pressure and poverty, yet you are rich. And the blasphemy of those who say that they are Yahudim, who say that they are Jews and are not, but are the congregation, the followers, the assembly of Satan. Do not be afraid of what you are about to suffer, what you're about to experience. You see, the devil is about to throw some of you into prison, into concentration camps, in order to try you, to test you. And you shall have pressure, you shall have torture 10 days. Satan must follow this rule. He cannot torture you more than 10 days. He has to give you death at the end of that. On that 10th day, he has to give you death. And the Messiah says, I shall give you a crown of life. This is why the Messiah says, do not be afraid of those who can unalive the body, but cannot unalive the body and the being and the soul, but fear him who can do both. And so he says, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Ruach says to the assemblies, to this type of believer. He who overcomes shall by no means be harmed by the second death. Shall no means be harmed by the second death. What is the second death? Again, Revelation chapter 20. Says this. And the sea gave up the dead and who were in it, and death and Sheol gave up the dead who were in them, and they were judged. and they were judged, each one according to their works. Keep saying you are not saved by works. You might say, what did he just say? Like I said, keep on saying that you are not saved by your works. You want to take the letter of what Paul says to those who are in Ephesus, in the letter to the Ephesians, when he says that we are not to brag and boast, right? That we are not saved by works, but it's by favor, unmerited favor that you have been saved, not of your works, lest anyone should boast. What Shaul was saying, not that you're not supposed to be doing no works, because if you read the very next verse, verse 10, it tells you that you are to walk in them. You are to do the righteous works that was prepared beforehand. You are to walk in them. So here we see in Revelation chapter 20, verse 13, it says that they are going to be judged, each one according to their works. And it says, and death and Sheol were thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death. This is what the assembly, those who have the heart posture, the heart condition of Smyrna, they are told, even though Satan is going to unalive you, even though he is going to go and wage war against you because he couldn't find the 144,000, he goes after those who were taught by them or who knows what they know, who didn't make the cream of the crop. They weren't the first fruits. He says, I got you. You don't have to worry about the second death. He got you on the first death, but you're going to be part of the first resurrection. Because those who are of the second resurrection, not all of them are going to make it into everlasting eternity with the Messiah. Some of them are going to be thrown into the lake of fire. And these people are those types. Because you see, for them to be brought back to life means that they were part of another resurrection. This is why it says here in chapter 20, verse 4, or I should say verse 5, and the rest of the dead did not come to life, that would be to be resurrected, until the 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection. So all those here, and they lived and reigned with the Messiah for 1,000 years, this is part of the first resurrection. If you don't make the first resurrection, you are not going to experience the 1,000 years. That means that you are waiting for the second resurrection. And the second resurrection is going to take you into the second death. And it says, and if anyone was not found written in the book of life, he or she was thrown into that lake of fire. That's the second death. That's the second death. So when we go back here to Revelation chapter 12, what does it say here? To the Ta'aki. What does it say here? It says that he, Satan, went to fight or to make war with the remnant of the 144,000 seed, those who are keeping the commandments of Alua Elohim and possessing the witness, the testimony of Yahusha, the Messiah. So again, the commandments of Alua Elohim, that is what we call the Old Testament, erroneously taught. Talking about it's the Old Testament. No, it's not old. It is the original Testament. And then possessing the witness of Yahushua HaMashiach, the Messiah, that is the renewed Testament. What people erroneously call the New Testament. It's renewed. It's the vows have been renewed. Just like if you've been married for a while and you and your wife or your husband, you want to renew your vows. That's what this is. The New Testament is a renewed agreement, a renewed vow, a renewed marriage vow, contract. And so this is who he's going after. It's probably you and me, for those of us who don't make the 144,000 cut. You must be a full believer, both old and new. You can't just say, oh, we're done with the old. We're in the new now. We want the new. The new ain't got nothing new for you. It's renewed. So now we go to chapter 13. Now we start to see this this so-called false trinity, because we know there is no such thing as a trinity when it comes to our Messiah and the Father and the Spirit. For the Father is Spirit, right? The Father is Spirit. Just like he told the woman at the well. We are to worship him in spirit and in truth, for such is the Father. Alua Elohim is spirit. We are to worship him in spirit and in truth. We're told also through some of the letters of Apostle Paul, Shaul, he says that it was how does he say it there? It pleased Alua for that the whole completeness of him to be embedded in the bodily form of the Son. Colossians chapter 2, verse 9. He is the physical manifestation of the invisible creator. He is the creator manifested. And so we know he's one. He is not a trinity. But here we read about where this Trinitarian mindset comes from, because Satan has been teaching Adam's kind since the days of Babylon with Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz, a Trinitarian doctrine that even the Egyptians ended up starting to follow with Horus, Isis, and Horus, Isis, and Osiris. And so then when the Romans got a hold of the Egyptian concept and the Babylonian concept, she put it all together. I'm talking about the Mother Church, and the Mother Church, Catholicism, put it all together there in the brains of the Vatican City. And they say, Satan says, here we go. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. We got ourselves a Trinity. And we're going to confuse and deceive the masses that he is not one, as he described himself in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Hear, O Yasharah, Yahuwah Elohim, Yahuwah Akkad. Hear, O Israel, Yahuwah, your mighty one, Yahuwah is one. No, we're going to make them forget about that whole Shama, that whole listen, hear this, Israel. No, we're going to make Israel hear something else. We're going to make Israel believe in a Trinity, that the Father is a God, and the Son is a God, and the Spirit is a God. And then say, yep, but they're all one. And then they say that it's those of us who understand that he is one, that we're the ones who's causing confusion, when we're supposed to see him as three distinct persons of one Godhead. But the Creator never said that. Anyone who has read Isaiah and who's gone through Isaiah with us, you know he says, there's none besides me. There is no other Savior but me. I am he. I've stretched out the heavens all by myself. I'm the one who laid out the foundation of the earth all by myself. I'm the only Redeemer of Israel all by myself. There is none besides me. I do not give my esteem to another beside me. And yet here we are about to read about the false Trinity. And I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast coming out of the sea, having what? 7 heads and 10 horns. And on his horns, 10 crowns. And on his heads, names of blasphemy. Okay, let's stop there. Where have we seen this imagery but with a little twist on it? Let's go back to Revelation chapter 12. Remember this, another sign that John said he saw in Revelation. The first sign he saw was the woman who was clothed with the sun, moon, and the stars, the 12 stars over the woman's head. But now he said he saw another sign, and he said he saw it in the heavens, and it was a great fiery red dragon having what? 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns on his head. Notice the crowns here is on the heads and not on the horns. But here, what do we read? 7 heads, 10 horns, and he had 10 crowns on these 10 horns. On his horns, 10 crowns. But here, 7 heads, 7 crowns on his head. So instead of the crowns being on the heads, what we see in chapter 13 is the 10 horns now have the crowns. So it goes from the heads, and now it goes to the crowns, or to the horns. But it's the same beast. It's the same one. So we see here, it says, and the beast I saw was like a leopard, and his feet were like the feet of a bear, and his mouth was like the mouth of a lion, and the dragon gave him his power and his throne and great authority. So what did the dragon give this beast that came up out of the sea? He gave this beast that came up out of the sea power, a throne, and great authority. Great authority. The dragon gave him this. And so it goes on and says here, and I saw one of his heads as if having been slain to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the earth marveled after the beast. So now let's stop right there. Now, I know some of you are thinking about this as I'm saying this right now, and you're going to go back to that time over there in Western Pennsylvania where President Trump, who wasn't president yet at the time, excuse me, and he almost got assassinated. Y'all remember this. And they try to say that little snip, if you want to call it that, this little graze that happened to his right ear, are you trying to tell me that that was having been slain to death? It says as having been slain to death. That wasn't as if having been slain to death. Are you trying to say, oh man, that was almost an assassination? Okay, I'll give you that. But notice what it says here. And his deadly wound, it didn't say that it appeared to be a deadly wound. No, it says that it was a deadly wound, and the deadly wound was healed. And all the earth marveled after the beast. All the world marveled after the beast. Who was the beast again? This beast came up out of the sea. And then we're told symbolically he had 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns. And he had what? Names of blasphemy on those heads. But one of his heads was as if it had been slain to death. And his deadly wound was healed. And all the earth marveled after the beast. What is it talking about here? Well, all we got to do here is go later in this same chapter. And it says here, and he led astray those dwelling on the earth. This is the other beast, the beast that comes from the land, not from the sea. We're going to read this here, but I needed to take you here so you can see this for a second. And he leads astray or deceives those dwelling on the earth because of those given that he was given to do before the beast, before the first beast, saying to those dwelling on the earth, okay, he's saying to those who are dwelling on the earth to make an image. An image. It says here to the beast. It could also mean of the beast if you look it up in the Greek. So it could be make an image of the beast or to the beast who was wounded by the sword and yet lived. That's this part right here. Verse 3, and I saw one of his heads as if it had been slain to death, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the earth marveled after the beast. This isn't what happened over there in Western Pennsylvania with President Trump. That is not what happened. And the whole world is not marveling after President Trump. Something happens here where it says that, where is it here? Let us stray dwelling on the earth the signs given, and saying to those who dwell on the earth to make an image. I believe, this is just my opinion, where this false prophet says that they were to make an image to the beast who was wounded. I believe this is cloning. I could be wrong, but this is why I'm saying this is my opinion. My opinion, clearly, I'm saying this. I believe it's cloning. I believe that they're going to clone whoever this person is. He is going to be taken out. The next thing that they're going to see, because nobody believes, I mean, yes, we've been hearing it on the internet and people saying, oh, Jamie Foxx was cloned. What's the girl's name? I don't even know her name anymore. They're saying all these celebrities in Hollywood has been cloned, right? Oh, that's not the same person. This is somebody else. This person looks different. The real person has already died and this is a new person. That's all speculation. That's where we get this so-called conspiracy theory. This ain't going to be a conspiracy theory. This is going to be a conspiracy fact. This is going to be a conspiracy fact that they are going to bring this being back to life. Whoever he is, they're going to bring him back to life. And when he comes back to life, it says that the whole world marveled after the beast. To say that they marveled after the beast is to say that they followed the beast. They followed after him. And it says here in verse 4 of chapter 13 of Revelation, and they, that is those who are on the earth, shall worship the dragon. Who's the dragon? It's Satan. It's Lucifer. They're going to worship the dragon who gave authority to the beast. That's the false Messiah. That's the one that comes out of the sea. What does the sea represent here? It represents peoples. He comes out of a democratic election. He is going to be taken from the people, from the sea of people. And he's going to be erected as their leader. Just like the children of Yasharal wanted a king whom they can serve, whom they can say, this is our leader. The world is literally going to be crying for the same thing when all this havoc and chaos and calamities and destruction that is about to take place. Those who are left on this earth are literally going to be begging and crying and whimpering and willing to sell their very souls, sell their birthright, just so that the world can once again be peaceful. All of you who are called Christians right now, who are listening to this, do not be succumbed to what you're getting ready to face. You need to come out of her. You need to come out of Christianity so you can have this truth be revealed to you. This is why many of you are getting ready to go through the Great Tribulation. It is to test you, to try you, to see if you are going to keep his commandments. And many of us who did not go with the 144,000, we have to stay behind to teach you the truth, to guide you and instruct you into the true great news, not this God spell that you have been given that they call the gospel. You're going to find out that what you have been taught has been wrong all these generations. You're literally going to profess what is written in the Old Testament, where it says we have inherited nothing but lies from our forefathers. And so it says here, as we continue, let me bring this down because I was standing up for a minute. Let me bring this down here so you guys can read it with me. I hope you're enjoying this. I hope I'm not putting some of you guys to sleep. And if so, you can always watch it later. And so again, it says, and they worship the dragon, verse 4 of chapter 13 of Revelation, who gave authority to the beast. Remember, what did he give the beast? And the dragon gave him his power and his throne and great authority. Remember what it says in Luke chapter 4, verses 5 and 8? Let's go there real quick. Remember what Satan said to our Messiah in chapter 4, verses 5 through 8. What did he say there? And the devil, taking him, our Messiah, up to a high mountain, showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. And the devil said to him, all this authority I shall give you, and their esteem, for it has been delivered to me, and I give it to whomever I wish. If then you worship before me, all shall be yours. All shall be yours. And Yahusha answering him and said, get behind me, Satan, for it has been written, you shall worship Yahuwah, your Alua Elohim, and him only you shall serve. This is exactly what he gave to this false Messiah. And the dragon gave him his power and gave him his throne, his kingdom, and great power and authority. And yet he's going to be taken out. Somebody's going to assassinate him. If it isn't an inside job, it's somebody who realizes this man is the anti-Messiah and they want to take him out. But when he takes him out, he's going to come back alive. And when he comes back alive, the world is going to marvel after that beast, after that false Messiah. And they worship the dragon. Why? Because the dragon gave his authority to the beast, and they worship the beast because the dragon is possessing the body of the beast. And so this is how the beast also gets worship, and the dragon also gets worship in that one body, the beast, saying, who is like the beast? Who is able to fight with him? Why do they say this? Because he came back from the dead. He came back from the grave. And he was given a mouth speaking great matters and blasphemies, and he was given authority to do so for 42 months. And he opened his mouth in blasphemies against the mighty one, and to blaspheme his name, Yahuwah, and his tent, his dwelling place, and those dwelling in heaven. And it was given to him, that is the false Messiah, to fight, that is to wage war with the set apart ones, and to overcome them. This is what we just read over here. And he, Satan, went to fight with the remnant of her seed, those keeping the commandments of Elohim and possessing the witness, the testimony of Yahushua the Messiah. This is what he's doing. This is when that happens. This is how he's doing it. He is doing this through the false Messiah. Satan, the dragon, is inside the false Messiah, and this is how he goes to fight with us, the set apart ones, and he has been granted to overcome us. That means he is going to unalive us. He's going to kill us. When we get put into prison, into these concentration camps, and this is a side note, I just want y'all to know the technology that is out there right now. If you go back and watch Terminator, Judgment Day, you got to remember Satan runs Hollyweird. And the people who run Hollyweird, they are his people. They call themselves Jews and are not. They are the followers, the congregation of Satan. You know, the Steven Spielbergs, the Lucases, what's the other guy's name? The guys, I forget the brothers' names that made the Matrix movies. These are all Jews, okay? And I'm just naming a couple of them. Literally, practically everyone who's an executive producer, an executive director, running these film houses like Paramount and Warner Brothers and DreamWorks and Pixar and all, they're all ran by these people. The reason why I bring that up is because these same people, they're oozing out some of their truth about who it is and what it is that they're getting ready to conspire to do. They're showing us their hand. And it says, and all those dwelling on the earth whose names have not been written in the book of life of the slain lamb from the foundation of the world shall worship. They shall worship him. They're going to worship the dragon and the anti-Messiah. Because remember what we just read here. What did it say? They worship the dragon and they worship the beast. They shall worship him. This is the Trinity. This is the Trinity. The same thing with the false beast. Let's read it. So it goes on and says here, if anyone has an ear, let him hear. This is a warning to us. He who brings into captivity, he who puts us into concentration camps, shall go into captivity. They're going into a concentration camp that that the Creator is going to give to Satan and to those fallen ones and to those who follow and worship him. And it says, and he who is unalive with the sword shall be unalive with the sword. What did it say about the two witnesses and what they were capable and able to do? And if anyone wishes to harm them, fire comes out. Let me get that to come in right. Fire comes out from their mouth and consumes their enemies. And if anyone wishes to harm them, he has to be unalived in that way. In that way. So whatever they try to do to us, they're going to get it back onto them. And that's what we're reading here. Same thing. Verse 10, chapter 13, he who brings into captivity shall go into captivity. He who unalives with the sword shall be unalived with the sword. It's the same thing that the Messiah says. Those who live by the sword shall die by the sword, right? Here is endurance. Your translation may say patience and the belief, the amunah, the faith of the kadashim, the set apart ones, the called out ones, the saints. And I saw another beast coming up out of the earth, out of the earth. Remember, the other one came out of the sea. Remember? And I saw a beast coming out of the sea. This one is coming out of the earth. And he had two horns like a lamb and spoke like a dragon. This right here, even the extions get this correct, I believe. It's talking about the false prophet. It's talking about one who's coming and speaking, not as a Christian, not as a Christian, but as one who has religious authority. Coming to you all meek like a lamb, but his words are that of Satan, satanic verses. This is not Islam. I know all of you Christians who want to look at Islam, and again, I'm not no fan of Islam. I'm not a fan of Christians either, but I'm just letting you know, when I say fans of Christians, I'm not talking about Christian people. I'm talking about the Christian religion, not the people. I love the people of Christianity. I love the people of the religion of Islam. I love the people of the religion of Buddhism, but I don't love their belief system. I love the people, but I don't love their system. I don't love their religion. I don't have no respect for the lies that all of them teach. This person here is not, as we would say, a Christian in wolf clothing or a wolf in Christian clothing. This here has to do with the Luciferian doctrine. This is why I say spoke like a dragon. It's speaking satanic verses. It's speaking the Luciferian language. Remember, Satan wants to be worshiped. He's been using the Bible until he doesn't need it anymore. When he is earthbound, people, hear what I'm saying. When he is earthbound, when this so-called fake second coming happens, and the whole world thinks it's some kind of alien coming down, the people who don't know the Messiah, they're going to say it's an alien. The people who are in Christianity, they're going to say, oh, this has got to be the false prophet, and then or the false Messiah, and then they're going to fall in love with him. How are they going to fall in love with him? Because he's going to come in the name that they have been associating with the Messiah for thousands of years. He's going to say, I am Jesus. He's going to come in that name. This is why the Messiah says, and if another one comes, you're going to accept him. John chapter 5, verse 43. Look what it says there. John chapter 5, verse 43. He says this. I, the Messiah says, have come in my Father's name. What's the Father's name? Yahuwah. How did he come in the Father's name? Yahusha. Not Yeshua, not Yehushua, not Yahshua, not Joshua, not Jesus. He came in his Father's name. Yahuwah, he came as Yahusha. He says, but you did not receive me. If another comes in his own name, totally different name, him you would receive. If another comes, like he has to manifest, comes, okay? This being is going to come in his own name. Jesus is not the Messiah's name. That's a whole nother teaching for a whole nother time. I'm just trying to get you to see how even Christians are going to be fooled. This is why the Messiah says, if it were even possible, the very elect could be deceived. And we know that the elect is few, it's not the many. Christianity is the largest religion on the earth. How many people had said the sinner's prayer and think that they are now saved? Oh, nobody can snatch you out of the Messiah's hand, and the Father who's greater than him, no one can snatch you out of the Father's hand. You're once saved, always saved. You ain't got to worry about your salvation. You don't need to work for your salvation. You put your trust in Jesus because he did it for you. Isn't this what the Christian way is? But the Messiah never taught that. You won't find that anywhere in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. This is why you see in the book of Revelation, he says that we are the ones that are keeping his commandments. We keep the commandments of Allah Elohim, and we have the testimony of the Messiah Yahusha, who also kept the commandments of Allah Elohim. And this is why he told his disciples to follow him. Why is that word, those two words, follow me, why is that instruction so difficult for us to understand and say, we don't have to follow him because he did it. We don't have to do it. But he told us to follow him. He told us to do what he did. He said that we are to teach others to observe what he commanded us to learn and commanded us to observe. As he did it. And yet we say, no, that's not the great news. That's not the gospel. And this is why many of you are going to be fooled. But you who are listening to this today, you're going to be one of the few who are not going to be fooled. But Christianity, they're going to be fooled. And some of them won't even be fooled. They know what they're doing. And they're going to sell their birthright. They know they have the birthright, but they're going to sell it for a morsel of food. They're going to give it over because they're hungry. They're hungry, physically hungry, starving. Some of them are going to be homesick. I want my home back. I want my soft bed, my number bed. I want my multiple shower head with that hot water. I want to drive in my Cadillac and my Lamborghini and my Lexus and my Mercedes. I want to ride in my Tesla, my EV vehicle. I just want my family to have it all nice. You know, the house and the white picket fence, you know, the American dream. And you're going to sell your birthright to get it. You think that he's going to forgive you if you take that mark because you think he's all loving, right? You can be gay, you can be lesbian, you can be one of those alphabets, you know what I'm saying? Queer to the sneer, you know what I mean? They do all kinds of stuff. He's going to accept you, right? No, he's not. He says you're an abomination. No different than somebody who's going around, sleeping with all the women. You're an abomination. No different than someone who's going around celebrating Christmas and Easter. You're abomination to him. Sin is sin to the Creator. It don't matter what type of sin you're doing. Yeah, there are some greater sins than lesser sins. But nonetheless, transgressor is a transgressor. And all of you who have transgressed the law, you are under the penalty of the law. And under the law means the death penalty. You are under the curse of the law. Under the penalty, the death penalty, the curse for not following the law. And so here it is, he says, you're going to follow someone else by another name. He's foreshadowing what we're about to do. And so again, I saw another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb and spoke like a dragon. And he exercises all the authority, all the power of the first beast in his presence. Of the first beast in his presence. And he causes the earth, meaning those who dwell in it, to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed. And he does, this is this false, this second beast here, this beast that came from the earth. He does great signs so that he even makes fire come down from heaven on the earth before men. People like to say, "Oh, this is SpaceX. This is Elon Musk. Trump is he's the anti-Messiah. Trump is the Antichrist, and Elon Musk is the false prophet. He's calling fire down from the heavens with his SpaceX rockets." I'm sure some of y'all heard this. And he's going to cause everyone on the earth with his Neuralink to be, that's the mark of the beast, right? How we can just so nicely put it together, right? But that's not it, people. It's not it. Verse 14, and he leads astray those dwelling on the earth because of those signs that he was given to do before the beast, before the false Messiah, saying to those who dwell on the earth to make an image to the false Messiah who was wounded by the sword and yet lived. This is a fake resurrection. And we know it's a resurrection because of this. And there was given to him to give spirit, that is the breath, to the image of the beast. Let me show you that word. That word here in the Greek. This is the image, right? That it should both speak and cause to be unalived as many as would not worship the image of the beast. So let me show you this in the Strong's. This is Revelation chapter 13. Verse 15. Let me show you this. Uh, 13:15. What does it say there? And he had power to give life in the King James Version. Here it says, again, and there was given to him spirit. Okay, let me say that again. And there was given to him to give spirit, to give life. Let's look at that number, 4151. Pneumia is where we get the word pneumonia, like for air breathing. Pneumia, a current of air, that is breath or a breeze. By analogy or figuratively, a spirit, that is human, the rational soul. By implication, vital principle, mental disposition, etc., or a superhuman, an angel, a demon, a divine God, the Messiah's spirit, the set-apart spirit, a ghost, life, spirit, spiritual, spiritually minded. And then it says compare G5590. What does G5590 say? Let's see. Suke, or where we get the word psyche, right? Suke, breath, that is spirit. Abstractly, concretely, animal, sentient, principle only, thus distinguished of one hand from 4151, that is the rational and immortal soul. On the other from that which is mere vitality, even the plants. These terms thus exactly correspond respectively to the Hebrew 5315, 7307, 2416, heart, heartily, life, mind, soul, us, you. The Hebrew word here would be nafash, which is breath, wind. And then the other word would be ruach, which will be spirit. So what are we being told here? We're being told, and there was given to him to give soul, a living, breathing being. This word image is the Greek word icon. It's the same word like the icon camera, to make a duplicate image of the beast, of the false Messiah, that the false Messiah, the image, the clone of the image, should both speak and cause to be unalived as many that would not worship the image to be the image of the beast. This image of the beast is another body, because again, to give spirit, to give life to this image, to give life to this clone, we know that it's been given life, because look what it says here in Revelation chapter 19, verse 20. And the beast, that's the false Messiah, and with him the false prophet, that's the beast that came out of the earth. This one's the one that came out of the sea. This is the one that came out of the earth, Revelation chapter 13, who worked those signs in the presence, right? By that he led astray those who received the mark of the beast and those who worshiped his image. Remember this? The two were thrown what? Alive into the lake of burning, of fire burning with sulfur. This is the lake of fire. This is the lake of fire. This lets us know that there is going to be a resurrection of some sort of this false Messiah. And that's what you're reading here in Revelation chapter 13 about it was given to him. Authority was given to him to give spirit, that is breath, a soul to this image, that it should be able to speak and cause those who would not worship the image to be unalive. And this is where we get the mark. And he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to be given a mark upon their right hand or upon their forehead. Now, in the King James Version, it will say in their forehead and in their right hand. In their forehead and in their right hand. Here in the scriptures, it says upon, meaning that it's on the surface. The other one says under, right? To be in the right hand or in the forehead. That means it's implanted, right? So it could be either one, because the way that it's being used in the Greek, you can use either one, upon on the top or in. It can be inserted. Just depends on how this is going to happen. But the key of all of this is right hand and forehead. That's the key. Right hand and forehead. And so then it goes on and says, and that no one should be able to buy or sell except he or she, may I ad lib, that has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is the wisdom. He who has understanding, let him calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Now this right here, we can go in all kinds of places right now, but I'm going to save you guys the drama. Because again, no one truly knows what this mark is going to be. Now, there's a lot of things that have the number 666. There's a lot of things out there that's part of the beast system that has the 666. Case in point, the city called New York City is 666. The word computer is 666. The Vicar of Christ in the Latin comes out to 666. Okay, so again, we don't know how this is going to be applied to this person, but we know that it's going to be his number and it is his mark and it has to be associated with his name. And you're either going to have it on your right hand or upon your forehead, either in or on top, one way or the other. But you're going to know. It's unlike this jab that everyone took back in 2020, where people were running rampant around this world trying to get this thing because they were so afraid of dying, because they were hearing all these numbers of people being put on respirators and and whatever you want to call it, trying to be resuscitated. And they were being told how all of their inward parts, like their blood and everything, was coagulating. It was just becoming like one big old clot. And they were dying, they couldn't breathe, and people were scared, and yet they were taking the jab, and some people were falling out right after they took the jab. As I said before, and I'll say again, many of you ought to be thinking, Abba Yahuwah, that was not the mark, because many of you today, you would have a reservation in the lake of fire if that was the jab, if that was, if that was the mark of the beast. You would have been done. You would have been through. There are so many of you listening to me right now. Out of fear, you took the jab. Please, I am begging you, through these words, do not take it when it comes around the next time. You're going to know. You will know. Some of your friends might not know. Some of your families might not know. And even if they do know, this, just like all of you all knew about the mark of the beast. And yet you still took that thing anyway. How scary. Did you go around after you took that wondering, did I just take the mark? Did you ever think like that? And you just gave in so easily without a fight. You just rolled up the sleeve and said, give it to me. I got to go back to work. I got to get on this airplane. I got to get back to my family. I got to be able to get in here and be able to buy some food in Walmart because they won't let me go in. I can't continue with my job unless I show a certificate that I took the first and the second jab. You better be thankful to Abba Yahuwah that that was not the mark. How do we know it's not the mark? Because of what it says right here. What did it say? That no one should be able to buy or sell except he or she that has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. That's why. Where's the mandate? Like it was when it was at its highest hysteria, when everybody was like, oh man, I got to get the jab. I got to get the jab. I got to show a certificate that I got the jab. Where's that mandate now? People flying, people going in, buying what they want to buy, people doing what they want to do, getting jobs. The same people who are losing their jobs because they didn't take the mark, now they're rehiring people and you don't have to get the mark or get the jab, I should say, if that was the mark. So we see that this is not it. When the real one comes, you ain't going to be able to buy or sell unless you have that mark. You ain't going to be able to do it. And again, it is not the Sunday law, you Seventh-day Adventists. It is not the Sunday law that you have been taught by the false prophetess Ellen G. White. There's a lot of things that Ellen G. White said that was on point. But all it takes is us to be wrong one time, and you cannot call a person a prophet or a prophetess anymore. They're still calling Ellen G. White a prophetess, and she's been wrong multiple times. Now, this ain't about Seventh-day Adventists. I just want you to know that the day is not the mark. People say, and this is how they like to use this. Let's go here to Exodus. Exodus chapter 13, verse 16. This is why they're saying that the mark has to be Sunday. Okay, the Sunday law. Here it says, Exodus chapter 13, verse 16, and it shall be a sign on your hand and on the frontness between your eyes, for by the strength of the hand of Yahuwah, he has brought us out of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt. Notice what it says here, and it shall be a sign on your hand. It doesn't say right hand, but it says on your hand. They're saying that this is what Yahuwah told the children of Yasharal. Okay, his commandments is to be a sign on their right hand, and it's supposed to be as the frontnets between your eyes. What's between your eyes? We would call it the forehead, or as we would say it here in our modern day vernacular, your brow. You're right, your bone brow. So they're trying to use this to say, if this is the sign, then this would be the anti-Messiah sign of it being on your right hand or upon your forehead. And so the SDA, the Seventh-day Adventists, they went so far as with Ellen G. White's writings, the Great Controversy, and the Sunday Law. You can read their books on this stuff, and they go through all kinds of historical records about, and a lot of the stuff that they say reference-wise, as far as history, about how the Sabbath was changed and how Sunday became the law of the land with the Catholics and with her daughters called Protestantism, all the denominations. The Seventh-day Adventists broke off. They weren't called Seventh-day Adventists back then. A lot of them came through the Millerite movement, and they started this new denomination called the Seventh-day Adventists, or the Adventists. So it's not the Sunday law, is what I'm getting at. It is not the Sunday law. It has to do with you buying and selling. You cannot buy or sell unless you have this mark. Again, nobody's going to ask you before you enter into a Walmart, what day do you worship your creator? Oh, I worship Sunday. Oh, okay, you can come in. Next, what day do you worship your creator? Oh, I worship him on Saturday. Up, you can't come in. Oh, what day do you worship your creator? Oh, I worship him on our calendar, and it could be any day of the week. Up, you can't come in because you have to worship on Sunday. That's the only way you can buy and sell in this store. That's not coming. That even sounds stupid. That just sounds idiotic. That's not what's coming. What's coming is a mark, and you see the infrastructure being erected right now with all of these data centers, with all of these Starlinks, the Skynet, if you will. This is why I was telling you, you need to go and look at, and I'm not telling anybody to go and look at Terminator, but if you want to see what's coming, Terminator Judgment Day is coming. That movie is coming. All these drones that they have nowadays that can do over 100 miles an hour. These things are like nine inches in diameter, flying way up in the sky to where you can't even hear them buzzing, with these telescopic lenses watching you, infrared technology. They don't even have to come down to your house. They can just look for heat signatures through your house. And we're not even talking about Wi-Fi routers and everything else that they have to their disposal. We have the infrastructure that is coming together right now. We can see in this generation, the specific generation that is seeing the AI technology happening right before our very eyes, is going to usher in this beast system where you cannot buy, sell, or trade unless you have this mark. This is real. This is coming. We're going to stop at 4 hours. I got another 20 minutes. So let's get into Revelation 14. Now, many of you have heard this before. I'm not going to go in as deep, but I will have you to redirect yourself if you're allowed to or able to. Here on this channel, you'll see about the 144,000. Who are the 144,000? I did a in-depth video on that, so you can always go back and look at that. Who are the 144,000? So I'm going to generalize it here, but it's pretty much the same information, but not in much detail. Okay. So here we see this. Chapter 14. And I looked and I saw the Lamb standing on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written upon their foreheads. And I heard a voice out of the heaven, like the voice of many waters, and like the voice of loud thunder. And I heard the sound of harpists playing their harps. And they, the 144,000, they sang a renewed song before the throne. One throne, the throne. And before the four living beings, and before the elders, that is the 24 elders. And no one was able to learn that song except the 144,000, who were what? Redeemed from the earth. How can someone be redeemed from the earth unless they're no longer on the earth? I can't say that I redeemed you from jail unless I took you out of jail. I can't redeem you while you're still in jail and you stay there. I redeemed you from jail. Here he's saying he redeemed them from the earth. So the 144,000 are not here on the earth. This is the woman, like I shared earlier. This is the woman in chapter 12 who was clothed with the sun, who had the moon under her feet, and who had the 12 garland of stars over her head. This was the place that she had that was prepared for her for 1,260 days. This is the one, again, that she was given the 2 wings of a great eagle to fly into the wilderness to her place where she shall be nourished for times and half a time. And the next thing we know, the 144,000 is on where? Mount Zion. And who are they with? The Lamb. Who's the Lamb? The Messiah, metaphorically speaking. And they all had what? The Father's name written upon their foreheads. Is this the ones that we read about in Revelation chapter 7 that was sealed, the 144,000? Yes, it was. This is them. Remember what it says here in chapter 7? It says here, and I saw another messenger coming from the rising of the sun, holding the seal of the living Alua Elohim, and he cried with a loud voice to the four messengers to whom it was given to harm the earth and the sea, saying, do not harm the earth, and do not harm the sea, nor the trees, until we have sealed the servants of our Alua Elohim upon their foreheads. And what was found on the 144,000's foreheads? Having his father's name written upon their foreheads. So the seal is the father's name, Yahuwah, Yad Ha-Uaha. You may know it as Yod He Vav He. We don't use those Yiddish terminologies, but I just use that because you've heard it before, but it was pronounced in the wrong way. Again, it's Yad Ha-Uaha. Yahuwah is the way it's pronounced. Yahuwah, Yad Ha-Uaha. These were the ones that had his name, Yahuwah, on their foreheads. And it says here, they were playing this, and no one knew this except those who were the 144,000 who were redeemed from the earth. Now, this is where I'm going to spend a little time, because this is where there's much confusion, where it tells us who they are. It says, they are those, who are the they? The 144,000 are those who are not defiled with women, for they are maidens, or for they are virgins. This right here, this prophetical speech causes so much confusion, but it's not to be confusing if you only allow the Spirit to tell you what this woman represents. It says, they are those who are not defiled with woman, plural, for they are virgins. They are virgins. They are not defiled with women, for they are virgins. So what are we being told here? Remember, we were talking about how this woman over here was given a place to flee into the wilderness. This woman represents the 144,000. This is why it says that they are virgins. Okay? What does it mean to be a virgin? This is not talking about physical virginity. This is what Christianity has taught you. Oh, this is 144,000 Jewish evangelical Jewish boys who are going to be evangelizing after the church has been raptured into heaven. And the 144,000 Jewish boys are going to go out and proselytize the earth. And those who are going to be beheaded during that time, these will be the tribulation saints, right? Isn't that what you've heard before? I'm sure that's what you've been taught. And I'm sure that's what some of you believe, but you never questioned the information. The 144,000 here that says that they have not been defiled with women has to do with a religion system, a religious system, a mindset, a heart posture. This is why this woman, the 144,000, it's a mindset, it's a heart posture. It's these people. They are virgins. Well, if it's not physical and it's spiritual, then how are they spiritual virgins? Well, this is what it means to be born again. This is what the Messiah told Nicodemus in chapter 3 of John. Let's go back there. Let's look at this. John chapter 3, verse 1, it says, and there was a man of the Pharisees, Nicodemus, you know him as Nicodemus, was his name, a ruler of the Yahudim. He's a ruler of the Jews. This one came to Yahusha, the Messiah, by night and asked him, or said to him, Rabbi, we know that you are a teacher, a rabbi that come from Alua Elohim, from the mighty of mighty ones. For no one is able to do these signs you do if Alua Elohim is not with him. And Yahusha answered and said to him, to Nicodemus, Amat, Amat, I say to you, unless one is born from above, he is unable to see the reign of Alua Elohim. This born from above, this is what you all know, Christians, as born again. When you're born again, you become a virgin. You are clean. You are unspotted, unblemished. You are pure. You are supposed to be his bride. Remember, we're his bride. We're not to be prostitutes. We're not to be committing spiritual adultery, just like two houses, both the northern tribe or the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom of Israel did. They played the harlot. We're not to do that. The same goes for these 144,000. They are those who are not defiled with false religions. That's what the woman represents. You're going to say, how do we know this? Okay, let me give you another one. Revelation chapter 17. One of the seven messengers who had the seven bowls came and spoke with me, saying, come, I shall show you the judgment of the great whore. Who is the whore? Sitting on many waters, with whom the kings or the sovereigns of the earth committed whoring, fornication. They were not virgins. And the inhabitants of the earth were made drunk with the wine of her whoring, her prostitution, her adultery. And he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast, covered with the names of blasphemy, having what? 7 heads and 10 horns. Who again has the 7 heads and 10 horns? We're talking about Satan. Satan is the 7-headed 10-horned dragon, or the 7-headed 10-horned beast. Remember what we read here? Revelation chapter 12, verse 3, and another sign was seen in the heaven, and see a great fiery red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns on his head. Who is this red dragon? Revelation chapter 12, verse 9, and the great dragon was thrown out, that serpent of old called the devil, Satan, who leads all the world astray. He was thrown out to the earth. So then who is the one here that's riding the beast? And he carried me away, Revelation 17, verse 3, into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast, covered with the names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Who is this woman? This woman was dressed in purple and scarlet and adorned with gold and precious stones and pearls, holding in her hand a golden cup filled with the abominations and the filthiness of her whoring. Prostitution. She is not a virgin. These did not defile themselves with women, like that woman in Revelation chapter 17. That woman in Revelation chapter 17 is a harlot. It's a religious system. Many of you know the religious system. I talked about it earlier. And this religious system has many daughters. She has offsprings from the original teachings. It is Christianity. The mother church is the mother of harlots. The daughters, who are the harlots of the mother, is Protestantism. You may know it as denominations of Christianity. That's the harlots. Why are they called harlots? Why is Christianity these harlots? I thought Christianity was the truth. Because if you go back, and when we get into this study, we're going to get into it deep about who this harlot is and what she has done and her teachings that has caused all of us to commit spiritual adultery. Not only because she has idols, but also because she has given us a false calendar. She has given us false holidays or holy days. She has given us a false Messiah with a false name. She has given us false doctrine. And so this 144,000, they were not defiled by this woman's doctrine. They were clean. They were pure. They had the true doctrine. They had the true understanding. They had the true instructions. They had the true Apostles' Creed. They understood what the apostles were taught by the Messiah, and they clinged on to what the apostles have learned and what they had taught through their letters, not through the interpretation of their letters, like you see so many denominations doing today. And this is why so many people are lost and call themselves Christians, and that they follow the Christ, who they call Jesus, this blonde-haired, blue-eyed European figure. that causes a lot of people to be upset because they're so used to seeing him a certain way. Just like when they saw Donald Trump, President Trump, with this mural thing that he put on his post on X, talking about he was over here over some, I don't know, he had some kind of dressing on with a white red cape on him, and he was standing over a man who seemed like he was on a gurney, like he was a military person. And all of a sudden you hear Christians crying out, oh, Donald Trump is trying to act like he's Jesus. Okay, what's wrong with that? Why did you already assume the imagery of Donald Trump in the position that he was in as Jesus if it wasn't a sign and an idol to you? Why would you associate President Trump in that imagery as he was acting like he was the Messiah if you are not keeping an image of in your mind of what the Messiah looks like? You got to ask yourself that question. Why did that imagery come up to you like that? Why did you already associate what Donald Trump did as he was placing himself in the position of Jesus? Because you have been taught spells. You have taken on an image and you didn't even realize it because the Roman Catholic Church gave you an image of the Messiah. And so here it talks about how these 144,000 did not defile themselves with these religions, hence plural, women, for they are maidens, they are virgins, they are born again, they are pure, they are clean, without spot or wrinkle, they are the perfect bride. And so it goes on and says, and they are those following the Lamb wherever he leads them on. This is John 10:27. Let's go to John 10:27. What does he say there? Yohanan 10:27, it says this: my sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. The 144,000 are those following him, the Lamb, wherever he leads them on. His sheep hear his voice, and they follow him. And so it goes on and says, and they were redeemed from among men. Again, they were redeemed from among men. Why? Because they were redeemed from the earth. These were the ones who were redeemed from the earth. So they were taken from among men. They were redeemed from among men, being first fruits to Elohim and to the Lamb. So they were like the cream of the crop. They were the first of the offering. They were the first fruits. They were the tithe, if you will. They were the 10%. Not saying that they're 10% of everybody who is going to the Shama and who's going to be part of the kingdom of Yahuwah. That's not what I'm saying here. It's just saying again that they are the cream of the crop. They're the first fruits. And it says, and in their mouth, in the 144,000's mouth, was found no falsehood, which means there was no lies. For they are blameless before the throne of Elohim. So what is it about the mouth that they were found blameless? There was no falsehood in their mouth. Because we see passages like this. Exodus. Give me a second, all of you. 23:13. What does he say here? This is one of his commandments that people don't like to take to heart, but he's serious about this. He says, and in all that I have said to you, take heed, be forewarned. Make no mention of the name of other mighty ones. Let it not be heard from your mouth. These men and women, might add, the 144,000, they're just not men. They can be women as well. These 144,000 individuals, who may also be 144,000 households, and the reason why I say that here, and I'm going to show you in a minute why I think it might be 144,000 households as opposed to only 144,000 individuals. They know not to say these false names like Jesus and God and Lord and Christ. And they're not even saying other mighty one names like Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and so on. You may say, what are you talking about? Those are just names for the days of the week. No, they're not. Those are names of mighty ones. Have you ever heard of Thor? Yeah, Thor from the Marvel comic movies. Thor, his day is Thursday. Thor's day. We say Thursday with a U instead of with a O. But it's Thor's day. What about Wednesday? Wednesday belongs to Thor's dad. His name is Woden. We say Wednesday. Wudenstag, as they would say it in German, if I said that correctly. Wudenstag. Woden's day. It belongs to Odin. What about Friday? Frigga. That's another mighty one. What about Saturday? Saturn. Hold on, you guys. I had to grab this real quick because my little pit here, she likes to grab and eat all kinds of stuff. She's still a puppy. So again, these are things that the 144,000 are not saying off of their lips. They are clean. They are pure. Now, it's different when you're teaching someone or you're sharing something with someone. Just like in the scriptures, we see where it talks about Ishtar and it talks about Moloch and it talks about Ramphan, and it has all these other names of these other mighty ones. But Yahuwah had to teach us these names so we know what we're talking about, like Baal. Baal is associated with the Lord. These 144,000, they don't call Yahuwah Lord. They don't call him God. There is no falsehood found in their mouth. There is no lies found in their mouth. These people are talking and saying the correct things. So if you want to be one of the 144,000, I suggest you start learning to know his name. Remove those titles from off of your lips. Stop calling on these other deities. I know it's difficult. We live in Babylon. And when we're dealing with Babylonians and they're talking about these days of the week, it's hard to just be saying, oh yes, the first day of your week or the second day of your week, because they associate their days of their week with these names of these deities, these false deities. This is how Satan plays this deception on us. But if you want to be one of the first fruits, if you want to be one of the 144,000, this is one of the prerequisites. You're going to have to remove the names of the mighty ones from off of your lips. Don't even allow it to roll off of your tongue. That's how serious it is. Let's go back to Revelation 14. Almost done, because we just passed the 4-hour mark. And it says here, again, and their mouth was found no falsehood, for they are blameless before the throne of Alua Elohim. They are blameless before the throne. And so it goes on and says in verse 6, and I saw another messenger, another angel flying in the midst of heaven, holding the everlasting Basora, the great news. You may call it the gospel, to announce to those dwelling on the earth, even to every people, or that is to say, every ethnic group, every tribe or clan, and to every language and people, saying with a loud voice, fear Alua Elohim and give esteem to him, because the hour of his judgment has come. Sounds like we're coming to the end again of another sequence, isn't it? Notice what it says, for the hour of his judgment has come. That's the wrath of Alua. And worship him who made heaven and earth and sea and fountains of water. So who created the heavens and the earth and the sea and the fountains of water? Was it the Father or was it the Son? It was the Son, not the Father. People like to call the Father the creator. The Father did create, He created himself a body who we call the Son, the image, but it was through the image, the Son, that everything else was created, known in the heavens and on the earth, visible and invisible. We see that 3 times just in the New Testament alone. What does it say here in John chapter 1? It says here, all came to be through him. And without him, not even one came to be that came to be. That it's saying right here in John chapter 1, starting in verse 3, that the Son, the Word of Alua Elohim, he created all things. The Son, the S-O-N, created all things. The same thing that we see here in Colossians. What does it say here in Colossians chapter 1, verse 16? Because in him were created all that are in the heavens and that are on the earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or rulerships or principalities, authorities, all have been created through him and for him. And he is before all, and in him all hold together. He is the head, in case you don't know who we're talking about, of the body, the assembly, who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead. Who was the firstborn from the dead? It is he who is the head of the body. He is the one who created all things. He's the one that is before all things. He created all things, whether they be visible or invisible, whether they be in heaven or on the earth. He created all these things. And so again, I saw another messenger flying in the midst of heaven, Revelation chapter 14, verse 6, holding the everlasting Basora to announce to those dwelling on the earth, even to every nation and tribe and language and people, saying with a loud voice, fear Alua Elohim and give him esteem, because the hour of his judgment has come, and worship him who made the heaven and the earth. I just showed you in 2 places. The third one will be in Hebrews chapter 1. All things were made by him, and everything is made by him and is sustained by his word. He did this, the Son. He created all things through the Son. And so again, worship him who made the heaven and the earth and the sea and the fountain of water. And another messenger followed, saying, Babylon is fallen, that great city, because she, notice the gender again, she, a woman. I'm not talking about you sisters. I'm just talking about you, about what it says here about this mindset of a religious order. It's always talking about the female as a gender, this foreign wisdom, as it says in the book of Proverbs, the strange woman, the foreign woman. And so it says again, Babylon is fallen, that great city, because she has made all the nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her whoring. There it is again, whoring. And when we get to Revelation chapter 17 next week, we're going to talk about this whore who causes all the world to drink of her wine of her wrath. And it says, and the third messenger followed them, saying with a loud voice, if anyone worships the beast and his image and receives his mark upon his forehead or upon his hand, he or she also shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Alua Elohim, that is poured out undiluted, literally meaning full strength, the full strength of his anger into the cup of his wrath. And he shall be tortured, or she shall be tortured with fire and sulfur before the set apart messengers, that is the set apart angels, and before the Lamb, before the Messiah. And the smoke of their torture goes up forever and ever. And they have no rest day or night. Right there, it lets you know this is an eternal torture. They have no rest day or night, those worshiping the beast and his image. Also, if anyone receives the mark of his name. There are people who are teaching this new doctrine that you're just going to be exterminated. You're going to be thrown into the lake of fire, and then you're just going to be extinguished. Poof, you're gone. You're just gone. Why would we see something like this? And they have no rest day or night if you're gone. If you're just going to be obliterated once you get thrown into the lake of fire, you might as well live it up. Do all the transgressions of the law that you want. Do all the things that your fleshly heart so desires, because you know what? You're just going to be thrown into the fire and you're going to be extinguished. You're not going to feel no pain anymore. There's no punishment for what you have done to people. No, this says that you're not going to get no rest day or night. Those worshiping the beast and his image. Also, if anyone receives the mark of his name. And so then verse 12, again, gives us encouragement for you and I, those who know the truth. Here is endurance of the set apart ones, the Kadashim, the saints. Notice what it says. Here are those keeping the commandments of Alua Elohim. Yours would say keeping the commandments of God, and the belief. The belief, yours would say the faith, the amunah of Yahusha. To that top, baby. And I heard a voice out of heaven saying to me, right, Baruch are the dead who die in the master from now on. Why from now on? Because again, this is the beginning of the Great Tribulation. How many times does the Great Tribulation begin? Well, if you don't know that there's sequences in the book of Revelation, you're going to be lost. You're not going to understand where to place all of this that we're reading. What we're reading here is the beginning of the Great Tribulation. The 144,000 just left, right? The 144,000 just left. After that, we see here that the first messenger, this messenger here flying in the mist, he announces the great news. So what's happening? The Basora is being preached. The great news is being preached. This is right after the 144,000 have been whisked away. They're gone. They've been promised to be kept from this hour of trial that's going to come upon the whole world. But now it turns towards those who are left behind, those who are going to have to endure to the end. And so it talks about how this everlasting Basora is going to be announced, is being announced by us, those who are left. And it talks about how now judgment is coming upon Babylon. Babylon is about to fall. It's already fallen. It says is fallen. Present tense. Is fallen. She's already lost. It just hasn't come to fruition yet. But she's already fallen. And so then it goes on and says, if anyone worships the beast or his image, this lets you know the Great Tribulation is starting. Because you can't buy, sell unless you have the mark. And so if you don't take the mark, this is why he says, here is the endurance of the set apart ones. Here are those guarding or keeping the commandments of Alua Elohim, again, Old Testament, and the belief in Yahusha, the New Testament. Just like we read here about who is Satan going after in Revelation chapter 12, verse 17. He couldn't find the 144,000. So he went to fight with the remnant of her seed. Who's the remnant of her seed? That's the rest of us who were not taken as the first fruits. Those who are guarding the commandments or keeping the commandments of Alua Elohim, that is the Old Testament, and possessing the witness, the testimony of Yahushua the Messiah. That's the New Testament. Same thing that we see here. Again, same thing. Guarding the commandments of Alua Elohim and the belief, or that is the faith in Yahusha. That's the testimony. And I heard a voice out of the Shama saying to me, right, Baruch are the unalived who die in the master from now on. Again, great tribulation has started. Yes, says the Ruach, in order that they rest from their labors and their works follow with them. Follow with them. So the next part of this we're going to save till next week, because this, at this point, takes us from the Great Tribulation to the second coming, which is what we see here, just to give you a little foreshadow. It says, and I looked and saw a white cloud, and sitting on the cloud was one like the son of Adam, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. This, who is the one sitting on a cloud? It's our Messiah. It's our Messiah. All right. So that's where we're going to end for now. And that was part of the fourth sequence. The fourth sequence. If anyone has any comments or questions, I would ask that you would bring it up for us. The chat is live, so you can send in your chat. Hopefully you should be able to. I don't know if it got stuck along with everything else that was going on today with all of our technical issues. Let's see if you guys can text here. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming. I know it was a little long today. We went a little over 4 hours, but it's a lot of information. It's a lot of information, and you can study it on your own time. Go back and listen and compare with what you're studying with what I shared with you and see, even what I'm sharing with you, does it fit with what you're understanding from the Ruach? But this is why I'm giving you precepts that are lining up so that you can see it's more than one witness to what I'm sharing with you. I guess you guys can't comment because I don't see anybody able to comment right now. Let me see something. Let me try it again. Okay, I just turned it back on. Babe, see if you can comment.
No.
No?
No.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and pull all. We're going to pray out. And then I'm going to come back on for questions and answers right here. Questions and comments, I should say. Here on YouTube. We're not going to TikTok. We only do TikTok once a week, unless otherwise noted. But right now, it's just we're coming back to YouTube. So let us pull all. Heavenly Abba Yahuwah, to the Atah for another study of your word in the book of Revelation. Abba, we ask that you will reveal these things of the prophecies that are to happen, that you have given to us. For we know that these words have not been written for no reason, O Abba, just to fill in the books. But you gave us these words for a certain generation, for a certain people who would be living at that time, who would need these instructions so that they know how to move about when this beast system is erected. Abba, we see it happening right now. Abba, we ask that you would help us to prepare our hearts and our minds, our families and our friends, if they are true believers, that you help us and give us beforehand of what we are to do. Help us to hide ourselves from the impending danger that is coming, O Abba. We see all these things that are occurring on this earth. We see the leaders and what they're doing. We palau for the leaders of this earth, O Abba. We palau for President Trump. We palau for the leader of Iran. We palau for President Putin. We palau for Zhang Qi in China. We palau for all these leaders who have control over the masses, O Abba, that you have allowed us to be under their authority. We palau for them, that they would make the right decisions as it pertains to your people, those who are called by your name, those who have been sealed with your name on our forehead. May we all be counted worthy to escape these things that are about to come upon the Sarats, that we may be able to stand with you on Mount Zion and have with us a harp, and each one of us wearing a white raiment, so that none of our nakedness may be seen, so that we may be with you forever and a day, O Abba, never to once again ever be departed from you, but that we will live with you and be with you forever and ever. This is our palau on this Yom. Abba, and we ask that you not deal with us according to our ways, but according to your loving commitment, according to your ways in your name, O Abba. For your name's sake we ask these things. For there is no other name that we can call upon that we may be saved, but in the name of Yahusha. The name that you said that you have given that is better than that of the angels. The highest name, Yahusha. It's in his most precious name that we palau. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, and hallelujah, amat. Rumamu Yahuwah, for he is truly worthy to be praised. I want to thank all of you again for coming. I'm going to turn right back around and turn this right back on. Might take no more than a 5-minute break and then come back. My name is Og Jimmy, also known as Brother Jimmy. And if you need to get a hold of me, please email us at ambassadorsofyah@gmail.com. That is ambassadorsofyah@gmail.com. And I would ask that you please be patient with me. I might not get with you right away, but I will get to you. I will get to you. Yahuwah barak you and keep you. May he continue to allow the countenance of his light to shine upon you, Mishpachah. On this Shabbat Yom, the last Shabbat of the second month. Tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. Tomorrow is the head of the third month. It is celebrated pretty much like a Shabbat, other than you are able to cook, but no work is to be done. And no commerce is to be done, meaning that you don't go buy and sell anything tomorrow. Tomorrow is a day of rest, a celebrated day. Get on the grill, cook something in your backyard before Abba Yahuwah. Enjoy the day. It's the head of the month. It's the head of the month. All right. So with that being said, again, my name is Jimmy, also known as Brother Jimmy, and we are ambassadors of Yah. I will see you here on the other side in 5 minutes. Shalom, Mishpachah. Shabbat Shalom.
We are seeking the children of Yasharal, straight out of the book, the scriptures. Verses sharper than fishing hooks, snagging souls, taking tolls, leaving devils shook. Who we be? Messengers, truth bringers, that's the key. Unlocking minds, leaving darkness in debris. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. Verses be thumping, shofars be blowing, beat be steady. Word power every hour, truth already. Planted deep secrets, keep fools unsteady. We elevate till your fate be ready. No compromise. Open your eyes, see the light. Walk tall, stand strong with all your might. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. No compromise. Open your eyes, see the light. Walk tall, stand strong with all your might. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Listen close, hear us.